The Amazon rainforest covers an area the size of Australia. It is host to half of all species of life on Earth, many of them lethal. It is no place to be lost alone. In the jungle, there are countless ways to die. This is a true story of a fatal decision that betrayed a friendship and turned the adventure of a lifetime into a deadly struggle for survival. Bolivia, South America. In November 1981, 3 backpackers traveled to the remote outpost of Azriamis in the Amazonian jungle. Yossi Ginsberg is a 22-year-old from Israel, fresh out of national service with the Israeli Navy.
The reason why I came to South America was one reason. It was very clear to me. I wanted an adventure. I was very, very naive, bright-eyed, open to the world. Everything is possible.
With Yossi is Kevin Gale, an experienced traveler. He's a 29-year-old photographer from Oregon.
I was traveling, I had an agent in New York, and I was sending my shots to him. So I had motivation to try to have some shots published. And of course I was thinking maybe I'll publish some in National Geographic, but it was primarily for myself that I was doing this.
With Kevin and Yossi is Markus Stamm, a 29-year-old school teacher from Switzerland.
Marcos and I had been great friends. We'd been traveling off and on together for 8 months. He was going through a crisis. A relationship had just broken up and he was falling apart. And he just wanted to escape.
The 3 friends have spent months backpacking around South America. But now, a charismatic Austrian, Karl Ruprechter, has drawn them to Azriamis with the promise of a real adventure. He will take them into the uncharted rainforest to meet a lost tribe of Indians, never before seen by Western eyes.
Oh, lousy map. No detail, the whole of Bolivia on one map. Look, I marked the field. See that? That's where we are now. We cross the Tuichi River. We cut the trail for 4 days, and we end up at the village. And then you see the real Indians.
There was an X with a pen. Carl said, the Indians are there. We had no reason not to believe him.
He told us that he was a geologist, that he had been in South America for 15 years, that he'd been in the jungle numerous times. He was an expert in the jungle. So I had no reason to doubt his word.
Listen, it's gonna be tough, but we'll go in together and we'll come out together. Agreed?
Yeah. Okay.
Good. Let's do it.
Guys.
As we set off from Azriamis, we started seeing, like things were changing, and we weren't exactly the same people already. And I think the reason for it was that we knew we're leaving civilization behind, and this is it, just the 4 of us.
Up, Marcus. It's a jungle.
The friends follow their guide into the rainforest. Ahead of them lies a week-long hike to the Indian village. From there, Carl has told them they will return to civilization by rafting down the Tuichi River.
It was a different world, and we could hear animal life all over the place. Monkeys were howling, screaming, and I could see birds, numerous varieties, all over the place. It was like a picture.
We don't have food because Carl sensibly is saying we wouldn't carry, like tins and stuff. There's lots of game, so we'll hunt. That's what you do in the jungle. All we have is rice, beans, and salt. That's all. The rest comes from the jungle. But what we kill is not so pleasant.
To the pot! To the pot!
It's gruesome. And Carl waves it in the end and screaming, and you see the wilderness in his eyes. He's at his element. He loves it.
You've killed it. You've murdered it. You can't do that.
What? There's no law here. This is Bolivia. You take care of him. We're gonna eat well tonight, Kevin. Hey, Marcus, pick up my gun.
Marcus wouldn't bring himself to eat. We're killing to eat. Marcus thinks, can we save that monkey?
It didn't make any sense, because we were in the jungle, we were in this environment, and those things happen. And he was just oversensitive about everything.
You know, Carl is not so tough.
What would you know about it, Yossi? You were never in nature like this before?
Well, I was in the military.
Yeah, that was the Navy. This is the jungle. Where's this damn village?
Oh, this is bad, my friend. You gotta be careful with this. You see the saws? They will all open up together in the end, then you've got no skin left. And your feet are kaput.
Guys, I'm sorry.
He said it's tremendous pain. We didn't believe him, because it was part of it. Okay, now he's complaining. He's always complaining. He's always finding a reason to complain.
Marcus should rest. One of you could go now with me to make contact with the village and then come back for Marcus.
The village. You said 3 or 4 days max to get there. It's been more than a week now. Marcus could be here for days.
Hey, you don't believe me? You think I don't know where it is, huh?
Nobody's leaving anybody behind.
So, what do we do, huh?
It wasn't fair to Marcos to continue. I wanted to continue. If Marcos hadn't been there, I would have continued. There's no question about that.
We should go back down to the river. We should build the raft now. Marcus can take it easy on the raft.
What do you know about the river?
I know the river is back that way.
Screw it. It's your choice.
Forced to abandon their dream of visiting the Indian village, the adventurers head back to the Tuichi River. Now they will raft out of the jungle.
My dream had been shattered, and I was very upset. And I knew I wouldn't have another chance. So I was in a pretty foul mood.
I was very upset because my dream, to make contact with the Indians, that dream was gone. And, it was mainly because of Marcus.
But ahead of them lies nearly 100 miles of river before the nearest settlement and the airstrip home.
Immediately, we knew it's a mistake.
Left! Left! Go left! What left?
Easy, Carl. Good line. We're on the Carl line. We're right on course.
Go deep!
In the rainforest, Carl was the authority, and rightly so. But not anymore, because on the river, Kevin saw immediately that Carl is no authority. It was ridiculous, because Carl didn't know how to swim.
It was very obvious to me that Carl didn't know what he was doing in the raft. And I let him know. I told him that he was doing everything backwards.
Listen to me, we do okay.
Carl, nobody's gonna drown. I think we are okay. Maybe it's my imagination.
So now there was like fighting on the raft. They were fighting because Carl said, you know, we have to pull to the left. And Kevin said, nonsense, you have to go to the other side.
Come on, pull you! Whoa.
Carl would scream and curse.
Don't listen to me. Look what happens, huh? What'd I tell you?
Crazy on a river like that, you know, like no cooperation, no friendship. It was hell.
We're pretty close to the canyon. Huh? I told you. You gotta forget the raft now. Look. We are here. Almost the Cape Down River. It's the Malpaso San Pedro Falls.
He called us and he said, down from here. It's a canyon, and there's no way, if you're going in, you're dying. There's no way out of it.
So 2 days on the river and you had enough, huh?
You don't believe me. We gotta walk now. You understand me, Kevin? Look, we walk around the canyon. We stay close to the river. A few K further on, there's a small mining village, Playa. Playa is halfway to San Jose. We get to San Jose, you're as good as home.
Carl said, if you want to live, let's walk. We wanted out. You know, this was a misadventure. It wasn't fun for me either. And Kevin was the only one that was not happy at all.
I wanted to continue. You know, the worst comes to worst, we'll bounce off the rocks and continue. And we'll just continue with our plan. We'll stop before the San Pedro Falls, hike around the falls with our equipment, build a new raft, and then we continue.
We can't let Carl take the river away from us, Yossi. I mean, think about it. Why did we come on this trip in the first place? Carl promised us an Indian village, which was supposed to be the highlight of the whole thing. We never saw it. Was it ever there? All we have left now is rafting on the river, and how long have we had on it? Less than 2 whole days. And no way is Marcus coming. He'll drag us down. We could do it. We could go it alone.
You know, it was a moment I just didn't know what to do. I mean, in my guts, I wanted to go with Carl and Marcus. But I already had this relationship with Kevin, you know, like Kevin was my hero. Kevin, I chose Kevin, you know, like in that split, I chose Kevin. He was my man. So I stuck with him. I said, okay, you know, I'm coming with you.
I felt Marcos was in a very bad place, bad spot. I certainly didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to make him feel worse, but I couldn't help the guy. I mean, my best buddy, and I couldn't help him. We had this wall between us.
But you promised we'd go in together and we'd come out together.
This is different. Don't you get it? I don't want you to come. You're not coming.
So this is it?
Yeah, I guess it is.
In retrospective, how did we do that? How can you split in such an environment, you know?
I know you'll be all right.
Let's get moving.
See you soon, Marcus, huh?
I see you soon, Carl.
Ah, Yossi, la aventura. Still haven't had enough, huh? You're full of it, Kevin. You're gonna be fish food, the pair of you.
It was heart-wrenching. It was like a betrayal, and it was a terrible feeling. I really felt ashamed.
It should take little more than a week for Carl and Marcus to hike out to the nearest village. But now Yossi and Kevin face the dangers of the river alone.
Kevin and I went into full excitement into let's the adventure begin. A new chapter, no more 4 people. Kevin became the authority, and I accepted his authority. I guess part of it was an issue of age, but other part was that I didn't know rivers.
All right, get it dead straight. Go. Keep in time with my rhythm.
Almost immediately, we entered a series of roller coaster waves.
Hard your side.
It was a different river.
Paddle hard.
It's becoming much more intense. You know, like the river is getting narrow, the water swifter.
And certainly, it was a bad decision to continue. That was a major mistake.
We're just shooting straight into white water. Both of us were lying on the raft. That was the only thing we could do. Suddenly, it was clear to me that nothing that can prevent us from colliding with this huge rock that was approaching.
And that's what happened. We hit the rock.
All right, Yossi. I want you to listen to me now, okay? We can't stay here. All right? So I'm gonna jump, okay? I'm gonna swim to the shore, and I'm gonna throw you a line.
I don't want him to jump. He tells me why he's jumping, and his plan is completely suicidal. But in that stage, I think not only that it's suicidal, he kills me.
Hip in now! Hip in! Hip in! Kevin, don't leave me! All right, Yossi, throw me the shoes and the machete!
I saw the raft teetering back and forth on the rock.
And then at the same time, the raft moves, and I hear that terrible screech. The mass of water just...
He entered the rapids, and I saw him go through 2 or 3 rapids, a couple drops, and around the bend he went, and I didn't see him again.
It's like huge pressure on my chest, and I can feel that, you know, like the power of the river. I'm shooting at such a high speed and deep under the waters. It's like the pressure surmounts. I cannot breathe. I feel this is it. I'm exploding. I'm dying. And I knew this is my end. After a long time in the river, I was spat again into the surface. And that terrible canyons behind me. How did I pass it? I just don't know. I just have no understanding of it, but I was on the other side.
By a miracle, Yossi has survived. But now, as night falls, he is separated from Kevin by more than 2 miles of river and impassable canyon. The next morning, Kevin starts to search for Yossi.
I decided to go downriver and look for Yossi.
Yossi!
I was responsible for him being there, and I didn't know if he was alive, if he drowned, or if he was hurt.
As Kevin works his way downriver, Yossi struggles back up the canyon towards him.
walking up the right bank!
Early morning of the day after this tragedy, this disaster, I hear this scratch, this metallic scratch. Behind the rock, there's a small pool. In the middle there, the backpack is waiting.
Yes!
When Kevin made this bag, he said, give me everything important to you, because this is the life bag. He tied 2 empty things to have it float.
The life bag contains vital supplies, a flashlight, a waterproof poncho, a few ounces of rice, and, crucially, the map that promises Yossi's best chance of survival.
I put the backpack on my back, and now with a new spirit, I climbed up thinking that it's gonna be easy now. Kevin and I get together, and it's gonna be over. We've got the equipment. It's gonna be a good story.
After another day of searching, Kevin is less than a mile away from Yossi when he comes up against the canyon walls. He has no choice but to turn away from the river and climb up into the jungle.
I knew that the San Pedro Falls was before me, and I wasn't about to swim through that. So I decided to leave the water and hike into the jungle. Now it's clear that when I was walking behind the ridge or the bluff in the jungle, Yossi was walking upriver, not very far away.
The friends continue to look for each other for days, surviving on little food and almost no sleep. They're unaware that every step is taking them further apart.
Yossi!
The only thing that kind of kept me going was the notion that Kevin is running after me and he will follow me and things will be fine when Kevin comes.
Kevin has finally worked his way back to the river, but he is now miles downstream from the canyon and Yossi. After 5 days alone with no food or equipment to help him survive, he is exhausted and starving.
By this point, I realized my chances were very minimal. I mean, I thought I was going to die. So I had one shot. That was to make it to San Jose.
Kevin's only hope is that the current will carry him down to San Jose.
I was no longer thinking about Yossi. I was thinking about my life. I didn't have anything left. So now I was trying to save my life. And that's what I did.
That night, the fear was so big that every minute, every little thing I'll hear, I'll just jump and I'll start looking around to make sure there's no animal coming. I just clearly heard some branch breaking. Something is moving. I knew I'm not imagining that something is moving near me. I look with the flashlight around, but the moment I put the beam on, I see the face of a jaguar. I had a cigarette lighter and I had a can of repellent. And I remember that I saw that in a movie that you can actually set the repellent on fire. The flame died, and there was no jaguar. You know, like I managed to scare him. I sat there for the rest of the night, and you know, I started crying and screaming and trembling. It was consuming, that fear. I just realized, I knew it, Kevin. Something happened to Kevin. Something happened to Kevin, and he probably died. I took the map out and I started studying it. Suddenly, I remember Carl told us about some camp, the gold mining camp, about 4 days away, upriver.
Playa.
So now I had like an idea. I have to walk, and looking at the map, it was very hard to work it out, but I thought within 2, 3, 4 days maximum I'm making it to the camp. And once I made it to the camp, I'll have a trail to follow, and I'll make it out.
Yossi heads for the mining camp at Playa. From there, he will pick up the trail to the village of San Jose and safety.
And here I am singing out loud, my chest open, enjoying the scenery and fully trusting I'm gonna make it. Then I suddenly discover a tree, and I saw clearly it was actually cut with a machete.
Kevin?
And then it all makes sense to me. Actually, Kevin was doing the same thing. That was, he knew I would be trying to go to Playa. So I'm sure Kevin is there before me. I kept on walking along that trail, and it started being a bit strange because the marks weren't as clear as before. Deep in the bush, I had no sense of direction, and now I was stuck with this little trail and hoping that it will lead me back to the river and to the camp. And then after hours where I'm already despaired because, you know, it took me away from the river, I see this footprint. It's not an old footprint. I see that footprint in the mud, and I realize this is a hiking boot, and there's only one person in the world that could have left that footprint. It's Kevin.
Kevin!
This footprints wasn't Kevin's, it was mine. In all these hours, half a day that I walked, I actually walked in a circle. This trail didn't lead me anywhere.
After hours on the river, Kevin's condition is critical. He's barely conscious and has no idea if he has passed San Jose or not.
All of a sudden, I see a canoe. The current is swift, so it's taking me downriver quite a ways. And then finally, they turned their heads and they began waving their arms. like this, like downriver, downriver. So I let go of the branch I'd been holding on to, and I began swimming towards the shore. When they approached me, they asked two questions. They asked me if I was lost, then they asked me if I was hungry. It was kind of funny. They told me that they went hunting in this area twice a year. I mean, it's literally 1 in a million. It was just pure luck. I had been saved, but I didn't know if Yossi was alive. But I just had this feeling that Yossi wouldn't give up.
Yossi pushes on towards the old mining camp. With the rice gone, he's surviving on little more than scraps of fruit scavenged from the jungle floor.
I just made it a rule. I'm not gonna lose the river again. Suddenly, there was this opening along the river and I saw the hut.
Gold player.
Kevin!
I was so hurt. The disease on my feet, this fungus, reached my hands as well, and my hands were raw as well. And I felt that not only the pain that was so excruciating, but I actually remembered how Marcus had that. And I remember that I actually didn't believe him, and I thought that he's a wimp. And for a second I was thinking that maybe what has happened to me was directly related to the way I behaved to him, to my friend. And now I know, because I suffer myself.
Yossi has no choice but to press on and hope he can make it to San Jose.
The rain was merciless. It was so tough. The night came and it was very hard to escape. What happened is quite unbelievable. I didn't know of that phenomena, but literally the jungle started collapsing. It took me seconds to understand, but by the time I understood, it was too late. It was a flood, and the river rose.
No, no, no! No!
By morning, the flash flood has subsided, but Yossi has been washed far away from the river.
By that time, I was really in bad situation. It was the 15th day of my solitude. I couldn't start a fire, there was no sun to dry, and no food, and the rain, and wet. But things were clear. I just had to stand on my feet and keep on walking. Because I knew now there's one thing, find the river.
Just days after being rescued, Kevin has made his way to a Bolivian army airbase to try and convince them to mount a search.
I went to the office of the commander and I spoke to him. And he said if a gringo, a traveler, was lost in the jungle, that he didn't have a chance.
Si él fuera tu hijo, o tu hermano.
¿Por qué no te regresas a los Estados Unidos, donde tu familia?
A pasar las fiestas navideñas.
Pero hay una persona perdida en la selva.
I hear that noise, and I listen to that noise because it's so foreign, and I start realizing it's an airplane. I'm saved, and I know everything now. I know also that Kevin is in the plane. I know it's a plane after me. I know it's Kevin there, and I'm just jumping on my feet, and I'm running, and I'm screaming, Kevin! 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 What do you say? What do you say? You know, as soon as I realized this airplane was just oblivious to me, I just collapsed. For the first time, I was defeated. You know, I felt defeated. I knew that so much hope, and they didn't see me, and there's no way they could see me.
Flying just a few hundred feet above in a Bolivian army spotter plane, Kevin shares Yossi's sense of defeat.
I realized we couldn't see much. And I asked him to fly lower, and he wouldn't. He said it was too dangerous. And on top of that, we were flying in a straight line. He wasn't following the contour of the river. It didn't have a chance to find Yossi this way. I was going crazy. It was very, very frustrating. Like, every day was very important. Time was the key element. And every day that passed, I knew it was another day that Yossi's chances were diminished. They were getting smaller and smaller.
Yossi has now spent 17 days alone in the jungle. Since the floods, he's found nothing but rotten fruit to eat. He is feverish and weak with starvation.
I was famined, I was diseased, I was injured and weak. I started realizing that I don't know what's going on anymore. I'm becoming insane.
I thought that Yossi wouldn't give up, so I began thinking about the next steps. And I found a fellow named Tico, and I asked him if he could take me up to Tuichi. And he told me that he can, but he has to be back within 3 days. So it's better than nothing, so I said, fine.
Something bit me. It was a strong bite, and I can feel it's like a termite, an ant, and then another bite, and then another bite, and then I attracted a nest of termites. And there were like hundreds of them, and then thousands of them, and I couldn't escape. There were no way I could escape. But the worst horror was the ray of light hitting a red carpet, you know, like everything around me. 5-6 meters around me, everywhere. It was all red and moving. My body was like a colander. There was no place in my body that wasn't bleeding. And I just had to escape now. And I stood on my feet and I kept on walking.
I told him that I want to go as high as possible, up the river as much as possible. Just kept going up and up and up. I didn't want to stop.
The jungle is just the jungle.
On my knees, on my elbows, I'm crawling. Suddenly I started seeing a few things that I recognized, and it was actually Kuri Playa. I went all the way back to that deserted mining camp, but the mining camp wasn't there anymore. The flood took everything. My feet weren't feet anymore. They were like two lumps, two chunks of blood and pus. I gave up. I prayed to God, just allow me to die. All I want is to rest. Let me die.
No podemos seguir. Mira, el río está creciendo de nuevo. Hay rápidos arriba. Siento. No podemos seguir.
I knew that was it for Yossi. It would take weeks, if not a month, to get back to the jungle. And there's no way that he could survive another month in the jungle. And I just felt this heavy feeling, and this sense of loss, and this terrible sense of guilt that I'd caused his death.
I clearly heard a buzz, like a bee or a wasp, and it's like coming closer, and I can start hearing it circulating my head. So, you know, I'm already in like the zone of like delirium. I'm just trying to get rid of that wasp, because it's so strong, that noise. In a certain point, I think maybe it's trapped inside the mosquito nets. And I raise my head and I just try to get rid of that wasp, and the buzz is in my ears. And as I raise my head, and I don't see the wasp, but when I turn my head, right there on the beach, I see shades and people. I mean, it's like at that stage, I don't know what's going on. Just, you know, like Kevin, like a flesh is already there, and I'm collapsing in his arms, and we just hold each other and hold each other. It's now just emotion. We cry and cry and cry.
I couldn't believe it that we'd found him. If he would have been upstream, just 100 yards away, he wouldn't have heard us. We wouldn't have seen him. I mean, it's literally 1 in a million.
My life was spared. I mean, I know Kevin saved my life, but it was a miracle. For sure, it was a miracle.
I think that Yossi saved my life, because if we hadn't found him, if he would have perished in the jungle, I would have had a very heavy burden to bear, knowing that I caused his death. Because I put him in the situation, and I was entirely responsible. So I think that's how I see it.
Yossi and Kevin were safe, but they had yet to find out what had happened to Marcus and Carl, who they'd left to walk out of the jungle 20 days before.
It was a shock to us to discover that there was no trace of Marcus or Carl.
Of course, when I realized that Marcus was lost in the jungle, it was a very heavy feeling.
Kevin went back into the rainforest immediately to search for them, and he couldn't find anything, any sign, any track. It just evaporated.
The Bolivian army also mounted a search and discovered that the Indian village that Carl had marked on the map did not exist.
They told me that Carl had a history of taking people into the jungle and leaving them. It happened more than once.
They were very, very familiar with Carl, and they said he's a troublemaker, and he found refuge here in Bolivia. And I was shocked.
Over the following years, both Kevin and Yossi mounted searches for Marcus, but no sign of him was ever found.
I don't feel guilt about not taking Marcus with us. Then and even now, I feel that it was the right decision not to allow him to come. But I always thought then, and I probably do occasionally now, that if I would have gone back with Carl and Marcos, if we would have gone back together, that it would have ended differently.
It was a life and death issue, and we decided for him that he should go out. Yeah, we did think, both Kevin and I, we were thinking that what we are doing is more dangerous, if this is an excuse. We were thinking that. Still, we made that decision for him, and he never came back.
Kevin Gale is now a fitness instructor and photographer living in Israel. He is married to Orna, an Israeli he met while searching for Marcus and Carl. Yossi Ginsberg is now a writer and a motivational speaker, and has done much to preserve the Amazonian jungle. He lives in New South Wales, Australia. Two friends attempt one of the toughest climbs in Alaska.
Yeah?
One is horribly injured. Do they wait for rescue or risk a treacherous descent?
Do you want it?
The choice is tearing them apart.
I want off this mountain!
Help isn't coming. And the mountain is trying to kill them any way it can.
Avalanches are roaring everywhere. It's bad. It's war.
Denali National Park, Alaska. 6 million acres of wilderness, dotted with spectacular glaciers and rugged mountain peaks. It's a magnet for extreme climbers like Dave Nyman and Jim Sweeney.
Man, you should see the view from here.
This is an area as big as England. We were the only climbers in the whole Alaska range that we knew of.
Jim Sweeney's idea of heaven is taking on a treacherous rock face with his good friend Dave Nyman, the man who taught him to climb.
We've had great times in the mountains, thousands of hours, and we've taught each other a lot.
Hey, come on, Nimo. Come on, keep up, slow coach.
Great, Jim.
Jim is a better climber overall than me.
Dave and Jim are attempting a route up Mount Johnson that no one has conquered before, though many have tried. It's called the Elevator Shaft, a 2,000-foot ice climb in a wall of granite.
I was looking for something steep and hard to do. I'm a fighter, you know. I grew up as a boxer. I fought every kid in town.
Because a climb is not just the act of climbing, it's also how you interact with your partner, what kind of trust, what kind of knowledge you have of what your partner would do if something happens. Jim's taking out the rope and he's moving fast. He gets up to the end of each length of rope and he keeps pulling me up behind him.
You just forget what's going on when you're going up. I'm climbing. I'm not thinking about anything else. I want to go up.
Hang on, Dave. Gotta get past the snowballs.
After 2 hours of fast climbing, Jim reaches a bulge of snow above him.
I'm looking for ice. I'm looking for something hard to get some purchase in.
I was just kind of hunkering down, trying to keep snow from hitting me as he was fussing around up there.
You're thrashing me, Jim!
He's hollering at me, you know, and it's just constantly the snow's going down.
Have you hit anything yet? This is nowhere, Dave. If I can't find some rock and ice to cling onto, I'll come down. Ah!
Cold wave of snow in a kind of a hissing roar that just whooshes by. He's not moving.
Jim! I'm coming, Jim. Just hold on.
He's about 100 feet down below me. I knew I had to work fast. At this point, I don't know what kind of shape he's in. I don't know if he's choking, if he can't breathe. At that point, I know I have to move really quickly to get to him.
Jim?
I can see blood trickling out of his nose and his mouth and his ear.
Jim?
I touch him, and immediately he comes to life.
Out of the house! We gotta go! Jim, stay with me. Stay with me. Get you down. Jim! I'm gonna get you down. Jim? Stay with me!
I had to transition from being more or less the follower to being the leader. I knew everything was up to me from now on.
Dave's first task is to get Jim out of danger. He has to lower Jim's dead weight 1,000 feet down the near vertical rock face of the elevator shaft.
Over several hours, I would lower him below me, and I'd drop Jim down another full length of rope, maybe 165 feet.
Jim, I need you to wake up! Jim! Oh. Okay, here we go. We're going again.
It takes Dave the best part of 5 hours to lower Jim down to relative safety.
Last bit, Jim. Jim. Damn it, Jim. Stay with me. Stay with me, Jim.
I have no memories of the fall whatsoever, none. The first thing real I remember was Dave screaming at me.
Wake up! Come on, stay with me.
Dave and Jim are still 5,500 feet up Mount Johnson, in an area rife with avalanches. Battling deep snow and fading light, Dave drags Jim back to where they'd stashed their equipment. Jim has dislocated his head. He drifts in and out of consciousness. Now Dave has to find a way of surviving the night.
I dig straight into the hillside and move the snow from this 45-degree face.
He digs a snow hole. The snow will insulate them from the plummeting temperatures of the oncoming night.
Okay, Jim, let's get you safe.
Jim's helmet's virtually shattered, and he's not moving. At that point, I realized that this has gone from bad to even worse. I know with a head injury, you know, if your brain starts to swell, fluids build up, that can pretty much be the end of you. There's all these different things going through your mind. If the weather turns and I don't get word out, we're going to be in a world of hurt. If I go travel alone on the glacier, am I just going to fall in a hole and Jim's left by himself anyway? You don't know what the right answer is.
By morning, Jim is semi-conscious and Dave has made a decision. He's going for help.
Do you think you can light the stove?
Don't go.
Next thing I remember was in the morning, Dave's talking to me. He's telling me he's gonna leave. I told him, I don't want you to leave me. Don't leave me.
I gotta go, Jim. I'm going for help. There's a ski hut up the gorge. Maybe there's people there. They might have a radio. We'll get a plane and be out of here in no time. I'll be back in a few hours, okay?
Leaving a partner in that kind of situation is, you might come back and he'll be buried or he'll be dead.
For First, Dave skis a mile down Mount Johnson to the glacier, which runs like a motorway through the mountains. The ski hut is then a 7-mile struggle uphill, a dangerous route across crevasse-cracked terrain.
Generally, if you fall in a crevasse on that glacier, there's really no hope for you. You're gone. You're gone from the world. You might end up 1,000, 2,000 feet down, straight down. It's pretty frightening.
I don't know who I am. I'm freezing. My forehead's on fire, my body's cold. I'm laying there, I'm pounding, my heart's just going boom, boom, boom. The whole body's just going boom, boom, boom.
After 6 hours hard skiing, Dave reaches the ski hut.
Help! Yeah, radio! Radio! No!
Oh, great. That means there's no cavalry coming today, and we can't just pick up the radio and call a plane passing overhead.
Come and sit down.
The group of skiers are on vacation. One of them is a paramedic. He agrees to go look for Jim.
I'm greatly heartened by this, but I am shot.
Just stay here and rest up. We'll see what we can do.
And I told the 2 skiers leaving, if they don't get to him tonight, they'll probably freeze.
You're clear about where he is. You sure you can find him? We'll just follow your tracks. It's okay.
Hey, be careful with him.
Unable to radio for help, Dave and one of the skiers tramp out a giant SOS in the snow.
I can remember my fevered brow in the snow and still being warm, but my body freezing. You know, I can remember that feeling.
We spent a lot of time together. We've been into a lot of different things.
Hang in there, buddy.
Jim would never give up.
Miles away, alone and exposed on the mountain, Jim is losing his grip on reality again.
Black dreams, just as black as can be, you know. I didn't know who I was with, where I was at. I didn't even know I was a climber.
The next morning, Dave heads out to try and find the rescue party. They're already on their way up the glacier.
They're towing a sled. My heart leaps. Oh, great, great. They're coming back. They've rescued Jim. And then I think there's no way they can ski as fast as they're skiing, towing Jim. Then my heart just drops.
Where's Jim? Didn't you find him?
Look, we skied all the way over to the base of that shaft thing. That's a hell of a climb.
He explains to me that they looked up and they saw a few avalanches coming down and they decided that they didn't have the proper equipment.
It's too dangerous. Getting more people killed won't help anyone.
I'm trying not to be angry. I can't believe what I'm hearing here.
Will somebody come with me? I'm taking that sleeping bag.
You go up there, and you're gonna die.
I could feel them looking at me when I was skiing because I was putting any anger I had right into my plan to save Jim. At that time, the clock was ticking. Every second I felt counted.
Eight miles away, Jim is being buried by snowslides.
I realized I was somewhere bad. I'm totally encased in snow. I'm going, where the hell's Dave?
I raced down the glacier. Maybe what I covered in 6 hours took a half hour, going downhill. And so I made it in no time down to the camp and just started grabbing gear.
Dave heads back up to Mount Johnson, to the snow hole where he'd left Jim 30 hours earlier.
Jim! Jim!
I heard probably the most beautiful sound I've ever heard.
Oh! Oh! And I'm screaming, and I hear Dave.
Jim?
He's buried in a snowslide. Buddy was smiling, just dumb and as happy as you would expect a person in his predicament to be.
I'm crying, I'm back to the helplessness, crying, fighting, I can do both. Feel sorry for myself and fight.
Dave pitches the tent near the snow hole, and at last Jim gets the opportunity to warm up.
This is a nice, big, warm sleeping bag.
Jim, I need to take a look at your hip. I think it might be broken.
I know my hip's busted, you moron. I can take care of my hip. I'll stay in the bag, and you can pull me out of here.
I don't believe that I have the ability to move Jim out of this area.
Skiing off by myself, that's one thing, but I can't drag you out of here. I can't do that, Jim. Listen, there are people at the ski hut. They know we're here. Let's just hunker down and wait for help to come. Hey?
Positively, 100%. He was waiting to get rescued. Dave's waiting for the rescue to come.
Mark Niver and his wife Roberta are flying over the Ruth Glacier looking for a place to land for a romantic picnic.
It was the place that Mark had proposed to me. It was our anniversary, so we decided to go up there. That was our plan.
Stay up there for an hour or two and have some lunch and kind of walk around and we wanted to enjoy the sights because it's just such a gorgeous area up there. As we turned, I could see that the weather doesn't look all that great.
I don't think we should land. I think we better go home.
Okay, hon.
Jim, do you hear that? Jim, come on, man, there's a plane.
And I figured it'll see the SOS. We'll be out of here in no time.
Roberta, look, SOS. We gotta go in.
No, we don't, Mark.
Roberta doesn't want to risk landing. She's 7.5 months pregnant.
What are you doing? You just said we shouldn't land here.
It's an SOS. We have to land.
She's nervous, obviously, and she's telling me, Mark, we can't land. She's kind of hollering at me. It's somewhat distractive as I'm lining up to land.
In the poor light, Mark can't tell if it's 3 feet or 30 feet down to the snow. He tries to abort the landing.
That elevation, you know, the air is pretty thin. The engine doesn't perform at all like it should.
So I grabbed my stomach and held on.
And all of a sudden, we just fell out of the sky.
Dave and Jim remain stranded halfway up Mount Johnson. Unbeknownst to them, Mark and Roberta neither's plane has crashed 8 miles away. Their attempt to help has only made things worse. Fortunately, the shelter of the ski hut is close at hand.
Living in Alaska, things happen. You just have to adapt to what your situation is.
Whoa, where'd you come? Can you help, please?
The baby is still moving, but Roberta has ruptured 2 discs in her back.
I had to pull within myself. It's already a very scary situation. Tried to remain calm and tried not to dwell on what if. I was afraid if I started to think what if, I'd be in trouble.
We saw that SOS. Is it yours?
No. Hey, sit down. It's a long story.
Mark gets all the details of Jim's climbing accident and Dave's determination to rescue him.
Immediately, I'm thinking of those guys. I mean, the snow's falling, the wind's blowing. They're on some side of a mountain someplace, and who knows what condition.
With hope of rescue dwindling, Dave and Jim resign themselves to spending another night on the mountain.
As it gets darker, I can hear the snowflakes hitting the tent. They're huge. We're in no man's land.
Maybe before midnight, we started hearing activity of avalanches in the area.
Dave! Wake up! Wake up, Dave!
I'm screaming at Dave as loud as I can.
Wait up!
All of a sudden, it sounds like jets are coming. It's like sitting right under a 747, just this roaring noise.
The winds pushed ahead of an avalanche can reach hurricane force. Jim and Dave are in the crossfire.
It's louder than a Pink Floyd concert. It's louder than any noise I've ever heard, and it's right above us.
We just started praying.
I don't know who else to turn to. It's in the tent. It's around you. It's inside my sleeping bag.
We really thought this was it. We thought this was the end.
But we're saying these prayers just constantly, 3 every minute for hours.
Numerous times we were hit by 100-mile-an-hour wind blasts and just pelted with snow, but the big one didn't come.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Piper 173 Alpha.
Mark's attempts to get a call out are hampered by the surrounding mountains that block the radio signal. Only a plane flying directly overhead will hear his call.
We've crashed on Ruth Glacier. Do you read me? Over.
I'm still amazed to this date that we're still around after that night.
Dave?
Jim has no intention of spending another night on the mountain.
Okay, Dave. I'm ready to go. Let's go. We can't just stay here. We're sitting ducks. You gotta haul me out. We can make it down to the glacier. Someone will see us there, man. No one will see us here.
Jim, would you look? It's too steep.
I didn't think I could do it.
Even if we cut across, we could start an avalanche.
I'm pissed because we're going nowhere.
What are you doing, Dave?
I'm looking for a safe spot.
Come off it. There is no safe spot in this whole valley. We just gotta get out of here.
We're moving over there.
That won't make any difference. Ah!
He puts me in the bivy sack to haul me over there. I don't like anything to do with this.
I set up the tent in this new location, and I feel pretty good about it. I said, Jim, your worries are over, buddy. We're good here until rescue comes.
You're dreaming. You know, just cut the bull. Quit acting all mellow. There's nothing mellow about this.
You are always trying to swim upstream.
What are you talking about?
He's not fighting it. He's just kind of, letting it take him for a ride.
No, I wish I could stand up and walk off this thing. We would be down in an hour if I could stand up, We gotta fight.
What the heck are you talking about?
Man against nature. What a bunch of crock of BS.
I want to go down, Dave.
Do you want to live? Do you want to live? Then do what I tell you to for once.
At the ski hut, they're no closer to alerting a rescue party. The food supply is running low, and the strain is beginning to show.
There is nothing. Nobody there.
I don't know how much longer I can do this, Mark.
I'm sure somebody's made contact that we're missing, but they don't know if we're dead or alive.
This is the 6th night on the mountain, and it's still snowing heavily. Jim and Dave are now holed up in what Dave believes to be a sheltered spot.
And we might get a little bit of a blast. Nothing like the night before. Just feeling good. Yeah, I was right with my assessment. I put us in a safe place. Well, early in the morning, maybe 2 a.m., we heard a roar.
Oh, what the hell is that, Dave? Wait up!
There's a sickening, cracking rumble, explosions, boom.
Fly downhill 200 feet, 300 feet.
Jim, are you okay?
We're completely buried, 100% encased in snow. And my hips just screaming.
I can feel a pocket.
And he pulled me out of the snow. He lays me out on the ground in the sleeping bag, and I'm just laying there. The avalanches are roaring everywhere. It's just as bad, bad. It's war. We're just laying out there with nothing. We can't find anything.
There's nothing left, Dave!
I was just scrambling like a madman. The shovel, it's the key survival tool you have in the mountains.
Come on, man! Before another one comes! That's it! Come on, keep digging! Keep digging! Keep digging!
I'm just thinking the next avalanche is coming and the next one's taking us down the hill. You really could care less about the other person. Sure, you love the guy, but hey, at a certain level, you think about yourself first.
I will clamp myself, I'll chain myself to a leg, I'll bite it off, I'll crawl down here and kick his ass if he leaves me.
There's dark thoughts, darkness that creeps in a survival situation. I don't have to be here. I'm mobile. Why the hell don't I just get out of here?
8 miles up the glacier, Mark Niver is clinging to one hope. This morning, the jet that takes him to work on the Alaskan oil fields will be flying directly overhead. It's their best, maybe their only chance to let people know where they are.
My dad flies that plane. I know the whole crew. I know that they'll be tuned in.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Piper 173 Alpha. Over.
Hello, Mark. Is that you? Over.
How are you doing? Who is this? Over.
Mark, we don't read you. Please reply. Over.
Hello, do you read me? Over.
The pilot can't hear Mark,
Repeat, where are you? Over.
Mayday.
but he can hear the clicks on his radio.
So it's 1 click yes, 2 clicks no.
After 7 days, the word is out.
Understood.
But rescue is impossible until the weather breaks, and no one knows if Jim and Dave are dead or alive.
I was so whooped by the avalanches from the night before. It was like someone pointing a gun at your head, clicking the trigger, shooting it, and just missing your head. And it was like that for hours.
When you looked at him, you just looked at this sagging face, uninspired, totally whooped man.
Hey, Dave. Stop snowing, right?
It's time for me to take over and tell Dave what to start doing. This is a tricky situation for me. I'm pissed, but I can't give him a bad time. I want to go down. I have to work with Dave.
What do you want to do? You want to go back to the base camp? Get some more food? More equipment?
I wanted to go, but I knew if I left, I would not come back. I had a chance to look myself in the eye and say, what's really important to you? And is your life worth more than this person's?
What's happened to you, Dave? I'll tell you what. You get me off this mountain, I will buy you the biggest, juiciest steak you've ever seen in your life at the Double Muskie. What do you say?
I want a 36-ounce filet mignon.
There's no such thing.
That's what I want.
Well, then that's what you're gonna get.
That was a huge, huge turning point for me, having that opportunity to leave and then just really deciding with 100% certainty that we were gonna make it together, that I'm not gonna leave him.
So begins a back-breaking ordeal to drag Jim down the mountain.
Start to shovel the trail, pack it down, then it'd go back and pull Jim.
You're doing it. See, I told you could do it. I love you, Dave.
This is the most focused I've ever seen Dave in his life. He's really getting it together.
Inch by inch, foot by foot, we're moving down the valley.
After 17 hours, they've gone less than half a mile closer to the glacier.
Dave? Dave?
You're doing it, man. You're doing it.
All of a sudden, we're flying downhill. I'm screaming bloody murder.
And I pick up speed, and this is it. I'm falling. Free fall. Backwards. This is it.
Jim's luck has held. He's been caught on a ledge 30 feet below the surface.
Is that it? Is that all you got?
I start screaming at God, you know. I'm telling him, I can take more. I can take more.
Come on! I can take more!
Dave has been swept far deeper into the 500-foot crevasse.
I just barely avoided going down to the bottom. You could kind of see 300, 400 feet down it.
Jim. 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 Oh, Jim.
There's a ramp.
And he says, Jim. He goes, there's a way out.
We can make that, Jim. We can make that.
Ramp must have been about 70 degrees. It was just ridiculous.
Okay, Jim. On the count of 3. 1, 2. Ah!
And again. 1, 2. Yeah! That's the stuff. That's the stuff. Good, Jim. You're helping me.
I'm looking right up at Dave. He's looking right down at me. This is going to be a lot of work.
Hold yourself there. I'm holding it. I'm holding it. Come on, man. 1, 2, 3.
It's total team effort. Total us working together.
I had to try to get him up this ramp.
Jim, you gotta help me.
He didn't have an ice axe, didn't have a shovel. Now my precious shovel is gone.
Get on you! Man, I'm holding!
We're probably moving a foot at a time. Sometimes we're probably only making 4 inches on a pull.
Come on! Come on, Jimmy, nearly there!
We're laughing. We're out of the crevasse. We're laughing.
Dave, there's the glacier. Let's just go for it. Let's toboggan down right now. No way. It's too steep. It's full of crevasses.
I'm feeling invincible. I can slide over crevasses. Nothing's gonna kill me. I'm sliding out of control down the gorge. I feel like I'm sledding as a kid.
As soon as I got over 1 mile an hour, it just took off like a rocket.
It doesn't look like we're going to be able to get in today at all. Visibility is too bad. Over.
So I go back up to the mountain hut, and everybody's got this hopeful look on their face.
Looks like they're not going to be able to come in today.
That's great.
When I think back, it's amazing I remained as calm as possible until I started crying. I just started losing it.
I swore I could hear voices, and I don't know if I'm going crazy. I could hear birds chirping, seemingly miles away. I could hear the tinkle of the snowflakes as it hit the snow. My senses became very acute.
Jim and Dave have finally made it to the glacier where they can be seen. It may be too late.
I am starving. I haven't eaten but a few tablespoons in the week and maybe had a couple sips of water. If we don't get picked up now, I'm gonna die soon.
Now you're an airplane. And then I see a little red dot coming up the glacier.
A brief and almost miraculous break in the clouds has made rescue possible.
That was a great moment. It was really hard for me to, of course I broke down and cried at that point. And
You did it, Dave. You did it.
It's the best sound I've ever heard in my life. we're at the pearly gates. I mean, he's right there. He's circling over us. He keeps tilting his wings at us.
Get your act together.
He's saying, don't cry, stand up, you're a hero. And so he's telling me all this stuff of how to act, you know, you saved my life, you're a hero.
You don't want to be blubbering when the helicopter comes.
Shut up, Jim.
Alerted by Mark's radio, planes have been flying above the clouds searching until the weather suddenly cleared. Those few minutes of sunlight have saved them all.
And when I got off the helicopter at the hospital, we could see our friends all lined up on the fence. It was great. Of course, my mom was happy to see I was the one that was walking.
I smoke dope the whole time I'm in the hospital. My buddies show up with a bunch of beer. It's like a party every day in my room.
8 weeks later, Roberta gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Though Jim never fully recovered from his hip injury, it didn't stop him climbing. Dave is now a father and doesn't climb as much as he'd like to. For his efforts to save Jim, Dave was awarded the Carnegie Medal for bravery. In the vast expanse of the African bush, a British conservationist flying solo crashes his ultralight plane. Severely injured and carrying no food or water in the wilds of Africa, his chances of survival are slim. His best friend desperately searches for him, knowing he may never find him. Staying alive takes all the cunning and guts one man can summon up. Zimbabwe, Africa, home to some of the most varied animal life in the world, much of it under threat from poachers and encroaching civilization. Greg Rasmussen was born in England but came to Africa as a young boy. For the past 12 years, he's dedicated himself to saving a rare species of African dog on the brink of extinction.
I've always been passionate about wildlife from day one. I mean, even as a child, I love the bush, I love Africa. It holds an endless fascination. I mean, it's always changing, and there's just so much to learn. It's like a book that just never ends.
Greg is one of the few pilots in the area, and even though he's busy with his own project, he's agreed to help a fellow conservationist search for a lost rhino.
People very concerned about the rhino, and National Park said, would I assist? And I said, of course I will. If wildlife needs help, I'll help.
Greg's a capable pilot, but flying a plane and tracking animals requires intense concentration, and he'll be flying over unfamiliar terrain.
And I was aware of that, I was fully aware of that, but we had rhinos that needed locating. There were poachers out there. I mean, you can't turn your back. I can't turn my back on things like that.
ultralight plane is a cheap and efficient way to cover the African bush, but is also very dangerous to fly under certain weather conditions.
Temperatures in the day can be very, very hot. Tricky flying conditions for a light aircraft. Because, you know, it's hot, the air's thin. So it's quite hard keeping the plane up in the air. This was a very harsh, dry, rocky, rugged area. I'd never flown that area before, and I realized I was in a completely different territory.
The Rhino is electronically tagged, and in no time, Greg's tracking device picks it up.
I just found it. I hadn't actually seen it, but I realized that it was alive by this movement signal. And I was just starting to circle out. And as I turned the plane, suddenly I went into something known as a wing stall. Literally, one wing's flying and one wing isn't. Suddenly I had this gut-wrenching feeling. I put full power on the rudder. Pulling back on the stick, I was doing the right thing, and it wasn't working. And the plane started to go down in a spiral. And the ground was coming up pretty damn fast. And then there's a split second. You know you passed the point of any return. I almost didn't want to open my eyes. I didn't know what I was going to see, what I was going to feel, what I was going to find. I was totally dazed, stunned. And I was like, I'm alive. I'm alive. And at that second, petrol started dripping over me. And I just pulled myself out, literally almost fell out of the plane. As the petrol started to come down, I had these visions of this wall of fire. And I could just see myself being incinerated alive. And I knew my legs were doing nothing. I couldn't do anything with the legs at all, but I just had to get away from this plane. I mean, this thing was a nightmare now. And then I suddenly thought, Mayday. I've got to call Mayday. And I didn't want to go back to that plane. I didn't want to go near it, but I had to brave it. Because I knew that that was my only means of survival. And I knew the quicker I got a message out, the better.
Greg has to try and make a call. No one knows exactly where he is or that he has crashed. He has no survival gear with him, no food, no water, and he's severely injured.
Mayday! Mayday!
And the whole handset was hot. The crash had short-circuited all the batteries and had literally fried my only means of survival, the emergency radio. And then something happened that literally just changed almost everything. The pain hit because the adrenaline had worn off.
On the outside of his body, Greg has only a few superficial scrapes, but inside he is bleeding badly and his legs are broken in 6 different places.
That was a pain that I'd never experienced before. Anything like it. Anything that even came close to it. My legs felt like they were going to explode from within. My feet were just doing this. My legs were just one big lump of jelly. And I realized I had to stay in control. You know, I had to be in control of the situation, because if you lose control, that's it. I was going to be a goner. I started to try and take stock of the situation. And it was quite a harsh reality. I suddenly realized there was no 999. There was, you know, if I was going to get out of this, it was only going to be me and me alone.
Greg is over 70 miles away from the nearest road. By the time anyone realizes he's in trouble, it may be too late. The brutal heat of the African sun will bake him alive. If he survives that, he will face worse horrors. As night approaches and hungry predators come out to feed. Unable to move, Greg is easy meat. But right now the pain from his smashed legs is all he can think of.
There was this pain in my ankles. They felt like they were going to explode, because I'd got these boots on. Yeah, and of course there was no space for the swelling to go. There was no way I could even get anywhere near my shoelaces. But I was thinking, if I don't get those boots off, there's going to be gangrene, and I'm going to lose my feet. I lose my legs. I managed to look back, and I thought, well, maybe if I can drag myself to this tree, I can tilt my body forward so that I can maybe get to my shoelaces somehow. I wanted to stop that pain. Because, I mean, it was like my foot was exploding.
Fate is being cruel today. The closest tree to Greg is a thorn tree. But as its thorns dig deep into his back, Greg realizes they might be useful.
And I managed to just break a twig off that was about a foot long, and it got a hooked thorn on the end of it. And I lay there and I could hardly focus. There was just so much pain. I started to pick the shoelace. I thought, well, this is all I've got. And I remember I had a little flashback to childhood, because I was always absolutely useless with shoelaces. I then realized I had one chance. If I pull and the knot doesn't spill, then I've blown it. That's that foot gone.
Greg manages to loosen the shoelaces and get them both to the same stage, but nothing happens.
But the boots remained absolutely solid on my feet. And I realized then I had to pick the shoelace, eye by eye, through every single eyelid. And all the time, all I'm thinking of is, if I don't get those boots off, I'm going to lose my feet. And it was almost, it was like a nightmare. I had to remain as focused as I could. And I picked and I kept on picking until I finally got to the point where the shoelace was free.
Loosening his boots isn't having the effect Greg expected. The pain is just as bad because his feet keep swelling up to fill the newly expanded space. He has to try something else.
I saw a stick. And that was all there was. I thought, well, that's the only tool there is that I can see other than rock. I'll go for that. And as I even just touched the shoe, the pain was just, it was terrible. And I thought, oh my God, I'm not, you know, and now I've got to push this. And absolutely bizarre, you know, then I had a flashback to a movie. You know, I mean, ridiculous. It was a John Wayne movie, you know, oh, well, you bite on that while I cut this. And I grabbed this stick. And as I pushed and I bit, this stick was just rotten. It was full of termites. And my mouth was now even drier than before, and I went, but I pushed with such force. The shoe came off. And I just forced the other shoe off. And lay there. And I looked at my watch. And it had taken me 2.5 hours.
"200 miles away, Greg's best friend and colleague, Peter Blinston, waits for him to return. Together they run a conservation project dedicated to saving the African painted dog, one of the world's most endangered species.
We have this same passion for the dogs. We have a lot of belief in each other's abilities. And that just comes through at the end of the day.
Peter, phone call, please.
The phone rang. I just felt nervous. This kind of sense of something's wrong.
Yeah, Peter.
It was Norman English, he's the warden over at Cinematella. He said, Greg's missing. People talk about this kind of cold hand or something that grips you, but I really did just go like icy cold. I was then thinking, I have to find him.
In the heat of the midday sun, the temperature is now over 100 degrees. Greg hasn't had any water for over 24 hours, and his body is rapidly showing the effects of dehydration.
It was hot and it was dry. There wasn't an ounce of moisture in the air. I hadn't drunk the whole day because an elephant had destroyed the water pipes in our area where I'd taken off from. It wasn't like feeling thirsty at all. It was almost like being tortured. Everything was just so dry and your skin just didn't feel like skin anymore. There was no texture to anything. You know, you try to touch with your tongue to touch the roof of your mouth. It just felt like it wasn't there.
As Greg lies out in the open, a vulture, quick to sense a meal, lands on a nearby tree.
And I thought, not yet.
Yeah, I'm not ready for you, mate.
It was scorching hot. You know, dehydration was going to be my next enemy to deal with. But also predators was a major concern of mine.
The animals that Greg devotes his life to saving could now turn against him. The landscape is alive with wild beasts looking for food. They may look sleepy and harmless in a city zoo, but in their natural habitat, they are deadly.
My fear wasn't the predators themselves, it was the fact that I couldn't run away. Here was me lying with a pair of legs that were just jelly.
Greg knows he has to find shelter, both from potential predators and the sun. His only option is the plane.
Fire or no fire, I got to get back, and I've got to face that plane again. Every single movement was terrible, but I realized that it was that or die. I tried to pull, and I had no more energy. I've come this far, and now I've got no power anymore to pull on my back. And I suddenly thought, I've got to roll over.
Because he's a biologist, Greg knows that some species move more efficiently on their stomachs.
I thought, how am I going to roll over? How? I had 2 shoelaces and a stick. I made a loop on the end of one shoelace and tied it onto the end of the stick. I hooked the stick underneath my leg. And I knew that this was going to be one very, very painful experience. And I had to just concentrate on what I was doing, because I knew what was coming. I almost had the fear of pain before it came. Just as I rolled, I heard a crack. It wasn't the stick, it was my pelvis was broken.
With the temperature now hovering at 110 degrees, Greg is literally frying in the sun. As he drags himself towards the shade of his downed aircraft, his thoughts turn to other dangers that threaten his life.
Being in the bush for so many years, you get to know absolutely every single noise. You know every footfall. You know which footfall belongs to which animal. I was terrified that maybe something would come and sneak up on me. And I couldn't do anything, you know, I mean, I couldn't run. And then I heard elephants, a whole herd.
It is in fact an entire herd of elephants, and they're moving right towards him.
And I thought, they've got to sense that I'm here. If they detect you at the right moment, that's fine. If they detect you too late, that's the scary bit. Because then you're in their attack distance. And I thought, if the wind is wrong and they don't detect me until the very last minute, that's when I'm in trouble. And then suddenly there was this huge screech of... And I remember just thinking, oh no, please, just don't stampede. And I just had this absolute fear that I'm going to be trampled.
Greg has dodged a bullet. The herd moves on away from him.
I wanted to cry at this point. And I realized then that I couldn't have cried even if I wanted to. There was no moisture for me to expend on tears. They wouldn't have come anyway.
The head warden of Cinematella Wildlife Refuge, Norman English, organises a search and rescue party. The park is over 700 square miles. He and Greg's best friend, Peter, can only start looking for Greg where the rhino he was tracking was last sighted.
Did he radio in at any point?
Nah, no radio contact at all. But he was searching up near where the rhino were last sighted.
The rhinos are tagged, right? If we find them, we find Greg.
Greg took the only tracking device we have with him.
Without a tracking device, Peter and Norman have no way of knowing where Greg's plane crashed.
I was sure that he was alive, but you know that you've not got much time. Almost as each minute passes by, of course, you're becoming more and more concerned.
What about an aerial search?
Already started. Pilot from Victoria Falls came up in his Cessna.
I was thinking, we have to find him. Even if you've survived the crash, there's animals, there's wildlife that can kill him. The chances of him surviving are getting slimmer and slimmer.
Peter and Norman have no idea that Greg is 40 miles from where they think he is. Greg's condition is now critical because of his injuries, exposure in the hot temperatures, and lack of water.
I was so close to the plane, I could smell the petrol. I gave it all the energy I possibly could. And just as I got underneath it, something felt a bit sticky on my mouth. My lips had turned to rubber. They'd plasticized. And a piece of my lip came off. And it went to the back of my throat. You know, I suddenly came to this horrible realization. I just swallowed my lip.
But within moments, Greg has a new worry. He hears the sound of an animal walking nearby.
It was lion footfall. And I listened very, very carefully. And it was getting closer and closer. And then I heard this call. It was a lioness. And lionesses have a very distinctive call they use when they're calling cubs. And obviously, because she was a mother with cubs, that makes her far more dangerous.
Greg knows that animals in the wild have a unique defense strategy. They make sharp, sudden noises to scare off their enemies. As the lioness moves in closer to Greg, he knows that creating a noise at the right time is his only defense. When he finally sees the big cat's silhouette, he makes his move. With daylight fading, the search pilot will soon have to return to base. There's still no sign of Greg or the wreckage.
I heard the plane. And then I started to get almost excited. And then I thought, no, I'm still a needle in a haystack. They had an area to search of about 1,000 square kilometers. And I wanted to scream, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Hello! Hello! I almost wanted to will the plane in, you know, come my way, I can hear you, please. Hello! and then there was silence. I remember that silence now so well. It was killing. Nothing is going to happen now until tomorrow morning at the very earliest. And I've got to start thinking about the night. And of course, as a biologist, you know the night is always a dangerous time anywhere.
It probably won't help much. I'm just going to take the Land Rover out, see what I can find.
There's no way you're gonna find him in the dark. We don't want to lose you too.
I won't be long. I'll be back soon.
I suddenly came to the harsh realization that there's not much left of me. I'm a mess. And I actually, at that point, I thought, do I really want to carry on? Did I want to live, or did I want to die?
As the night closed in, it was an awful feeling. It was really awful. I was trying to imagine what it would be like for him now, still being out there.
I thought about my life, and I thought, well, I've had a good life. I have achieved. I was suddenly, for a very short period of time, I was at total peace with myself. I wasn't afraid of it. I wasn't afraid of that death experience. I suddenly realized that I had it in me, the power to just switch off and just let myself go.
People started to voice their doubts that he was now alive. I was thinking about what they were saying, and for a moment, you're thinking maybe they're right. But I wouldn't hear that. Greg wouldn't give up, and neither will I.
And then I suddenly thought about the dogs, what amazing animal that had become my sort of whole raison d'etre. And I thought, but there's a hell of a lot more I can do. And from that second, it was like, right, the fight is on. At that point, there was just such a kick in me that it was like, I'm going for it, and I'm gonna make it. And I'm not gonna, if I do die, I'm gonna die fighting this right to the bitter end.
Night comes on very quickly in Africa, and with it a blanket of darkness that provides cover for the predators. This is the time they come out to hunt.
I was trying to picture how terrifying, really, it would be, even for somebody like Greg. You would almost wish that he were dead and not have to face a night like that.
At that point, there was this total silence. I could hear my heart sort of boom, boom. It was that silent. And it made me very conscious how totally alone I was. All I wanted now was for that night to end. I had this nightmare that a hyena was going to come up behind me. I know what hyenas are capable of. Bone crushers, as they're also known. They've got the most powerful jaws of anything. I also know someone who was carted off by a hyena, and he was a fully able-bodied man, but he was sleeping and they dragged him away. That was the biggest scare of the lot, that a hyena might come up behind me.
Are you all right?
Yeah. Thanks, Norman.
Peter, the men feel like Greg may not have made it.
He'll get through this. He's a stubborn beggar.
Yeah, well, you know him better than they do. They, don't think there's any point in him going out again tomorrow.
He's alive, okay? You know Greg. He wouldn't give up. I won't either.
I'll talk to the pilot and the others, see if they can give us another morning at least.
Thanks.
I was terrified to even think about going to sleep because I knew that I wouldn't wake up again. That would be it.
Then Greg's worst nightmare comes to life. Once again, he recognizes an animal by the sound its feet make when they touch the ground. He hears a hyena.
And I thought, it's coming behind me. And it's going to come right in the worst spot. It's going to come round the back, which is where I really had absolutely no control.
Once again, Greg uses his knowledge of animal behavior. He grabs hold of his stick and gets ready to hit the plane with it and create a noise to startle the beast.
And I waited until it seemed like forever. I knew if something came one step closer, then would have meant that I'd failed. Then I heard this, like, just footfall, just getting less and less and less. I remember lying there at that particular point thinking, is there anything else that's going to be chucked at me? You know, what else is going to come? You know, what other brick's going to come down?
Greg does his best to stay positive. In 1 hour, the sun will rise and he will have made it through the night. But it is one very long hour.
It was very frustrating waiting for the daylight to come. I contacted our office. We had 15 people that could come over and help with the ground search so we could cover a wider area. and they were there. They came, ready and waiting to help with the search.
I watched, looking for the sun to come over the horizon. And when it finally did, I felt these rays coming all the way towards me. And it was an amazing experience. I suddenly felt wonderful. I was bathed in light and heat and warmth. I felt secure for a moment. And then the harsh reality dawned on me that it was that sun, that burning, was going to continue and it was going to kill me.
At first light, the spotter plane sets out again. It'll make a systematic search of the places where Greg's plane might have crashed. At Peter's suggestion, Norman is on board.
He knew the area better than anybody. I really felt strongly that if anybody was going to find Greg, it would actually be him.
The additional members of the search team fan out, but they're still looking in the wrong area. It's been nearly 24 hours since Greg crashed, a deadly amount of time to be out in the African bush injured and unarmed.
You know, I was beginning to doubt if he'd survived.
Greg has a global positioning system, yet the technology is useless if he can't tell anybody else where he is. But every time he turns it on, it records the exact time.
I was checking on the GPS, trying to get the coordinates and times. And then I suddenly had this horrible feeling that this GPS was almost acting like a record of when I was still alive and when I died. If I was dead when they arrived, Peter would pick up the GPS and he'd look at it and think, oh my God, he was alive at, I don't know, 11:40. And it's now 12 o'clock, and if only we'd... And he'd have been left with this eternal guilt. And I almost wanted to destroy the GPS at that point.
Norman to Peter, can you read me? Over.
Receiving.
There's nothing from up here. Even an elephant can merge into this landscape. We're going to try another area.
On a hunch, Norman decides to go back and check along the beginning of the route that Greg would have taken. Nearly 24 hours has passed, and Greg's body is desperate for water.
I managed to grab a piece of the broken windscreen. I had this mad idea to see if it would collect moisture. And then I heard this plane. And when I heard the plane get louder and louder, I thought, right. I was going to try to see if I could get something out of that radio. Basically, it was all I had left that I could think of. Even if it gives the weakest signal, it's worth a try. And I gave it all I'd got. I remember it now.
Mayday. This is Zulu Mike Echo Bravo calling Mayday.
And then my position is
20 miles east-northeast, Cinematella. Mayday.
I thought I heard the plane get louder. And I thought, it's worked. And I gave myself almost an elated sort of feeling. But that's because that's what I wanted to hear. I knew I was lying to myself. Mentally, I had to stay with it. Because if you get into depression, that's it, the game's over.
Not knowing whether he's imagining the search plane or if it's really there, Greg grabs a piece of his wreckage, one of the struts, hoping it will reflect the light and be seen by the plane above.
Mayday, all search parties. We've located the wreckage 40 miles south of the main search area. No sign of Greg.
I was trying to keep up the dream that they had really seen me. But I realized I had to keep telling myself this lie, because I did know that I was reaching the point of no return. If they didn't find me soon, I was going.
We can't land. I repeat, we can't land. We're gonna have to go by road. Meet back at the base camp immediately. I repeat, meet back at the base camp immediately.
I felt numb. I wanted to see, you know, what was there. I wanted to see Greg. I wanted to just get to the site.
He's here, south of the road. The rhino's obviously moved.
Okay, let's move it.
Peter, I didn't see any sign of life. I don't know if it's a good idea that you come.
I need to see him.
I was really afraid. You're just thinking, okay, we've found him, but we don't know what we've found yet. And you imagining all sorts of horrors.
And then I heard these footfall. I can't describe. Of course, I knew what footfalls those were. And among them was Peter. And I suddenly looked and I couldn't believe it, that was him. I couldn't even speak to anybody. And people were just saying what happened, and I just had to say, wing, stall, and that's all I could say.
It was really overwhelming. He'd survived. And it was sort of affirmation of my belief in him.
The feeling that I wasn't going to die was just indescribable. I'd fought this and I'd won. and somebody came up. I hadn't got a clue who it was. Someone put their hand on my shoulder and said, "You're in safe hands now."
Since the accident, Greg has undergone more than 100 operations to save his legs. Through grit and sheer willpower, he has learnt to walk again.
Of course, you don't go through something like this without there being change in who you are. I always treated life every day as precious, but it's even more precious now. I still am dreaming of that day when I go back to Africa, back to the smells, back to the sunrises, the sunsets, and most importantly, the painted dogs and wildlife conservation.
Greg has indeed returned to his beloved dogs. He continues his conservation work alongside Peter and has never flown an ultralight plane again. Hollywood camera crew fly over a live volcano when they experience catastrophic engine failure. Their helicopter crash lands inside the volcano, and the three men find themselves hundreds of feet below the crater rim, next to deadly pools of lava and suffocating in toxic gases.
I can't breathe, I need oxygen.
They are separated, and it's every man for themselves if they are to survive. In their escape attempts, each man must operate at the very limits of human endurance, all the while believing that their companions are dead.
The biggest thing I think about is I can't believe that God put me on Earth to die in the volcano.
The big island of Hawaii is home to some of the most stunning scenery on Earth. The island, with its exquisite beaches, dramatic waterfalls and dense tropical jungles, has been formed over millions of years by volcanic activity. And Kilauea remains one of the world's most active volcanoes. Hawaii's natural beauty has long made it a popular filming location, and cameraman Mike Benson is here to shoot the Pu'uo'o vent of Kilauea.
I love doing aerial photography. It's a real passion of mine. I love to fly. Every time I get in a helicopter, I'm always excited about doing it. I love everything there is about it.
Mike's persuaded his assistant, Chris Duddy, to come along for the ride.
I was Mike's camera assistant. So my job was to, mount the camera, prepare the camera for filming.
Chris and I had worked on 3 or 4 pictures. He had never really flown much in a helicopter, and it was kind of my doing to have him fly with us.
In his quest to get the perfect shot, Mike's hired Craig Hosking, one of the most experienced pilots in Hollywood.
I fly airplanes and helicopters, doing camera work and stunt work in the film business. Michael's helping me line up the shot. I'm helping him with what I see. It's a real synergy that works between me and the cameraman.
We had worked 4 or 5 pictures together, so we were kind of like a little family. I mean, we knew each other.
There was one moment we're flying along the coast. The waves are crashing on the black lava flow that goes down to the ocean. And there's one point where a lava tube opens up, and there was actually lava shooting into the ocean, and there was this great white plume coming up. And I was just like, this is unbelievable. And I'm getting paid.
The crew were shooting the end sequence for the big-budget Hollywood thriller Sliver, in which a helicopter seems to descend directly into the Pu'u'o'o vent. Legend has it that the vent is home to the most powerful of all the Hawaiian gods, Madame Pele, and local superstition dictates that you pay homage to her by dropping a bottle of gin into the volcano, ensuring that no harm will come to you.
Well, Chris had the bottle. I yelled to him, I said, when we get over the volcano, I'll tell you when to throw it in.
Chris, you set? Yeah. Now.
And he did kind of a wussy throw.
The air coming up out of the cone is pretty turbulent, and it caught the bottle and it kind of blew it back out, so it didn't actually make it in the cone.
You totally missed. How could you do that?
The crater is about 2.5 miles across. I mean, it's like hitting the Pacific Ocean. I mean, it's huge.
He thinks it's funny. I don't really find it that funny, but
So my comment was, well, that's okay, she'll get the idea.
Even though the offering hasn't been received, Mike, Chris, and Craig go for a take.
Okay, Craig, let's line up for the crater.
Craig lowers the helicopter as they skim towards the edge of the crater.
And rolling.
even a couple hundred feet up in the helicopter, one could feel the heat coming up off of it. It's incredible.
As we arrived near the edge of the crater, we would tilt the camera down and zoom to create the look down, the drop down into the crater.
And cut. Okay, Craig, take us down and we'll review that. Let's have a look.
I noticed that the length of film was real short. It was only like 3 or 4 seconds.
Nah, it's not quite there.
You want to see it again?
Yeah, sure.
I thought it was a good take, but obviously when you're making a movie, we do a second or third take in case there's any problems with any of the other takes.
It's the ego that we all have to make the perfect shot, to put something on film that nobody else has done before.
Now, let's go try another one.
You feel when you're filming that nothing's going to happen, that you're encased in this piece of metal of a helicopter, and that it's kind of a safe zone. There is always the element of danger, but I've been doing it long enough that we never felt that we were putting ourselves out on a limb or anything. I get more concerned about the traffic in LA than I do about the traffic in the sky.
Okay, Craig, for this next pass, I want to try and take it a little lower and a little faster, if that's all right.
Roger that.
We weren't doing stunt flying. It wasn't any acrobatic aerial work. It was pretty straightforward flying.
And rolling.
It might have seemed straightforward, but as the chopper passes over the crater rim, it experiences catastrophic engine failure.
The first thing to hear and feel is the RPM decreasing. Usually in an engine failure, you have a quick deceleration. This, it was just kind of slowly spooling down.
What's happening?
There's a sound that beeps. I'll never forget that. The beep, 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 beep.
At that point, we're in kind of a whiteout where the plume comes up out of the cone.
Oh, man, no way.
And then the next thing he said was, we're going down. And that's something you don't want to hear a pilot say ever.
Sierra, hotel, engine failure, going down in a minute. Hang on!
You get about a second or two of recognition, and then you go right into the emergency procedures. What made this one challenging was the choices I had to make about where to land.
I really didn't understand totally the emergency procedures that he was conducting. I was just thinking, are we going to die?
By a miracle, Mike, Chris, and Craig survived the crash, but their troubles are just beginning. They're surrounded by deadly pools of lava and choking in toxic gases.
I wasn't even really sure where we were. I didn't realize we were inside the cone, inside the crater.
We looked each other over, and Chris was fine, I was fine. Craig was the only one that had a laceration over his eye.
You're bleeding! What? You're bleeding! I'll get the first aid kit.
Fortunately, we missed a steam crater by a couple of 100 yards, and we missed a lava pool. So of all the places in the volcano, it was probably the safest place, if you can call the bottom of a volcano a safe place.
The crew is on the crater floor in a thick cloud of VOG, a poisonous mix of carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and hydrogen chloride. If they don't get out fast, they'll suffocate.
It had this terrible taste. When you had to take a breath, your lungs would burn. We're thinking that we've got to get out of here because we're going to have a difficult time in trying to get any fresh oxygen.
We were probably about 50 yards from the existing lava pool, and it was hot on our feet.
You'd hear it bubbling and gurgling and spitting.
We realized when we're looking up, we're inside this crater. Oh my God, we got to get out of here.
I'm gonna try the radio. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Can't get a mayday out. There's no power.
The helicopter's electrical system has been destroyed in the crash. With no radio to call for help, climbing out is their only chance of survival.
We kind of explored going to the north, but that was near the live part of the volcano, and the air was really horrible that direction.
Hey, this isn't working. Let's try climbing up.
All three of us were in excellent physical condition. We thought that we could scale out the 300 feet and make it to the top to get back to safety.
The inside of the crater is like a bowl, so it's less steep at the bottom, and then as it goes to the top, it gets steeper and steeper until it's basically a 90-degree cliff.
The first 100 feet or so were pretty easy. After that, it became deadly treacherous.
Ah!
If you've ever picked up a volcanic rock, they're just sharp like needles.
As you pull up on it, it starts to crumble and break away. As we're doing this, you're hot and you're sweaty from expelling all this energy.
Chris manages to claw his way ahead of Mike and Craig, but he's now on a near vertical cliff face.
There was a few times where I was grabbing, clawing at rocks, and I would knock some debris down. I just realized that I'd gotten to a point where it was so sheer and dangerous that I could easily grab onto something that gave way and I would fall.
Don't come this way! I'm stuck!
It was kind of like when you're a kid and you're climbing a tree and you get up and you can't go down, you can't go up, and so you just kind of hang on.
Mike and Craig are 50 feet below Chris. They lose him in the smoke.
Chris! Where are you?
Craig and I are standing on this little ledge. It's probably about 3 feet long and maybe 18 inches wide.
The air was better, and that's where we could really sit down and digest what had just happened and come up with a plan.
Climbing out isn't working. Craig realizes that the only chance of survival lies in getting power back into the radio. He must return to the crash site.
I knew how the helicopter electrical system worked. There was no need for all three of us to go back down into the potentially deadly gases.
I have to try to go back and try the radio. Okay.
When he went back down, he really was risking a lot.
It's a long shot that Craig can get power back into the radio, but in desperation he starts to climb down into the dense, poisonous smoke. He disappears completely from Mike and Chris's view. And as Craig inspects the damage, he's overcome by poisonous fumes. He's got to get out.
The bottom of the crater, the peril was horrific because of the air. I found this little cinder hill about 100 feet above the helicopter, and I could go there, and the air was almost breathable. It was still horrible, but the wind would blow just right, and I'd get a breath of air. There were several times where I would fall, and when you're suffering from lack of oxygen, you don't really know it or feel it, but all of a sudden you're stumbling, and obviously you're not thinking clearly. Eventually what I found was a camera battery. The camera that we were using uses a 24-volt battery, which is the same voltage that the helicopter electrical system uses. I had just a pocket knife, but I was able to cut the end off of the battery cable, spread the wires, and strip them down. And using the camera battery, I set that inside of the helicopter and then used the normal plugs to wire into the overhead panel to get the electrical system to work the radio.
Mayday, mayday, mayday! This is 2 Sierra Hotel! Can anybody hear me?
Craig's repeated mayday calls are interrupted by scrambles for fresh air.
I'd have 3 or 4 breaths at a time where I get no oxygen at all, and it was just gasping.
Finally, one of his mayday calls is picked up by a passing tourist helicopter who alerts the emergency services.
It was just almost incomprehensible to the guy I got a hold of. He kept saying, "You're in the crater, you're alive."
We're in need of urgent assistance, I repeat. Mike! Chris! I got a mayday out! They're coming for us!
He yells back that he got a mayday out to base camp, and he said, "We'll be back in Hilo for dinner."
He was coughing and yelling that he couldn't breathe, and he was having a hard time down there.
Next thing I hear from Craig is, "Don't come down here, don't come down here. I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I need oxygen."
And then we didn't hear anything from him again. I thought that he died.
Craig! Craig!
Craig has managed to get back on the radio and establish contact with the pilot of the rescue helicopter.
They're on the rock face! On the southeast corner! No, I can't see you!
Poor visibility makes it impossible to conduct an air rescue attempt, but the pilot helps coordinate a ground rescue team. The ground rescue team struggle through dangerous terrain, eventually making it to the crater rim, far from Mike and Chris. They can just make out Craig and the crashed helicopter through the VOG.
Can you make it over to where I'm standing?
I was able to make verbal as well as visual contact with their lead climber. He felt that he needed to conduct the rescue from where they were, very near the lava flow.
We need you to come over here, Craig. We can't go around there. I can't. The air's too bad.
And I told him, if I come down to where you are, that it's a one-way trip for me. And it was basically 1, 2, 3, here I come. And then I took off towards him.
Craig makes a desperate run towards the rescuers, but the dangerous conditions have forced them back from the crater rim.
I looked up to the top and they had disappeared and simply were not there.
Are you there?
I think by a miracle, I was given the strength to get back to where I could breathe once again.
Craig manages to get on the radio to speak to the rescue pilot, Don Shearer.
Don, can you read me?
At that point, I sounded quite weak. He could tell I was dying. He said, Craig, if I get to you, do you have the strength to get on this helicopter?
Yeah, I get it.
And Don said, okay, I'm coming. Now that was the thing where Don, this always happens to me when I talk about Don. But Don made a life or death decision right then too.
Don, I can't breathe.
All that Don knew is that I was dying, and he was willing to go for it.
Don now lowers his helicopter down into the swirling clouds. He has zero visibility, and there's a real danger of the Vogue starving his engine of oxygen and causing it to fail.
Mike! Chris! Get down here quick! There's a helicopter!
But Mike and Chris can't hear Craig over the helicopter noise.
There was a helicopter that we could hear that was getting closer and closer and closer, but we couldn't tell because we couldn't see it. The helicopter's drowning out Mike and I yelling.
Don's now flying in visibility of maybe 5 or 10 feet. He can barely see the skid of the helicopter as he's picking his way to try and get to me.
I think you gotta come north.
I then waited probably at that point in and out of consciousness.
There, I see you!
I was able to get on the skid, and I believe with probably the last ounce of energy I had in this earth, I was able to pull up and get into the backseat of the helicopter. And Don, he was now pretty wide-eyed because he had just gone to the brink of his own life. Because he'd had 10 minutes of, I would dare say, the worst flying that any pilot has ever had in the history of flying.
Mike! Mike! What's going on?
For Chris and Mike, it seems like the helicopter rescue has been aborted.
The helicopter was getting stronger and stronger, then suddenly started to fade and fade until it disappeared, and we heard nothing.
The temperature inside the volcano begins to plummet. Mike and Chris are now in grave danger of succumbing to hypothermia.
It's starting to get a little cooler. It's cold. Our throats were constricted, and it was hard to talk.
I thought we were going to suffocate if we had to stay in there overnight.
As well as having difficulty breathing, Mike and Chris are also suffering from dehydration.
I would take my light meter and I'd turn it upside down and I would gather the moisture that was coming down. It tasted like sulfur, and it was just a vile, disgusting taste.
As darkness sets in, Chris has given up any hope of ever seeing a rescue party.
I was soaking wet, and I was shivering. I wasn't even sure the rock I was sitting on was stable and that was going to hold me all night.
Finally, the rescue team returns.
Over here!
Stay nearby through the night. We'll come back for you in the morning.
It's a crushing blow. Mike and Chris will have to spend a perilous night in the volcano.
The feeling as the sun was going down was that was probably the last sunset I was ever going to see. It was really difficult to breathe. It was really difficult to keep my eyes open for more than a few seconds at a time, so I just kind of made a little tent out of my sweatshirt and just tried to breathe, shallow breathing.
I'm just thinking to myself, what am I doing here? I'm running on a lot of adrenaline, and I couldn't sleep. I'd be sitting there, and I'd look down below, and I could see the lava having like a light show, different colors of reds and oranges flashing through the mist. It was like a movie set. You know, they're going to say cut and pull all the sets away, and we're sitting here in paradise someplace. I could yell to Chris occasionally, and he would hear me, and I would hear him. Other times, I couldn't hear him at all.
You could hear landslides all around us. Any moment, we felt like we could just be in the avalanche or just slide off the side of the cliff. I would have put our odds at about maybe 20-30% survival at that point. I was probably going to die.
Chris was really despondent. He thought that there was no way that either one of us was going to get out of here.
Chris!
I was really concerned that he was ready to jump and to just end it all.
Chris! Chris! Chris!
Mike and Chris have survived a terrifying night inside the Puuo vent, clinging to the unstable crater wall. They are dehydrated, exhausted, and are suffocating in toxic gases. Their lives depend on the rescue team returning.
Mike was the voice of encouragement. He kept saying, "Don't worry, everything's going to be fine. They're going to come get us." So I kind of relied on him for that kind of support.
Bottom line is that I possibly caused his death because I was the one that told him, come on, jump in the back of the helicopter and go for a ride with us. We're sitting there and just waiting and waiting and waiting.
The rescue team is battling to get to Mike and Chris. But outside the microclimate of the cone, the weather is much more severe. Despite the dangerous weather conditions above, they've made it over to their side of the crater.
More to the left!
The first one I saw was like about 15 feet away, and I couldn't believe that it was a rope. And then I thought, well, should I try for it, try to dive for it, try to go for it? No, it'll probably get closer.
More to the left!
The edge of the volcano is extremely unstable, so the rescuers are forced to stay back. They can't see Mike or Chris, and they can barely hear them.
The second rope was probably 10 feet away from us. It was getting closer, but it wasn't close enough that I could actually grab onto it. If I would have jumped for the rope and missed, then it would have been all over for me. And I really thought that they were getting closer each time.
Here! To the left!
So I thought, you know, maybe the third time it would be right there that we could grab onto the rope.
The third time it came, and it was like 6 feet away. And I decided, okay, maybe I should dive for it.
No, wait! Wait! Wait!
The worsening weather above has forced the team to retreat. The attempted ground rescue is over.
I had been sitting there for about 28 hours at this point and not doing anything but waiting to be rescued. So I just had to do something. I couldn't sit there anymore.
Chris said to me, I have to leave. I have to try to scale out. And I said, come on, Chris, just stay put. We know that there's rescue people that know where we're at. It's just a matter of time.
I was resigned to the idea that I was going to die anyway. So if I died climbing, at least I was doing something. Before I stood up and decided I was going to go, I actually went through and said goodbye to everybody in my family. My sons were like 6 years old and 4. That was really hard for me to sit there and dwell on how would they be without their dad for their whole lives. If I fell off that cliff, you know, there was no chance for survival. I looked at the cliff again, and all of a sudden I see this path. It was the weirdest thing. I'm like, where has that been for the last 2 days?
Mike! I'm gonna go for it! Be careful!
It was maybe 15, 20 minutes into his climb. And I said, how far are you? And he says, I'm about 5 feet from the top. And I yelled to him, I said, well, when you get to the top, yell back to me. And he said, yeah, I will. About 10 or 15 minutes goes by, and I don't hear another thing from him.
The top, like 3 feet of the cone, was just a layer of flat gravel. And there was no big chunks to grab onto.
At this point, I can't see anything. It's zero visibility. I'm yelling at the top of my lungs, whatever lungs I have left. I can't hear anything, I have no response.
I'm up on this cliff, you know, just towing rocks and looking straight down. And I thought, oh my God, I made just a horrible mistake.
Chris Duddy has almost climbed out of the volcano, but the loose rock above means he can't climb any further. And if he can't hold on, he'll plummet hundreds of feet into molten lava.
I don't know what made me think of this, but I just dug both my arms into this gravel to try to get some leverage. So I dug my arms into this gravel up to my elbows. And it was like sticking your arms into broken glass. I mean, I was just cutting my arms up to get it in there, but I knew I had to get some leverage. So I got my arms wedged into this gravel, count to 3, and I just did a lunge. And I flipped myself onto the top, onto the lip of the crater, and then just rolled over. And I was out.
Mike, I made it! I'm out!
I realized when I got up there that how bad the weather was, and you couldn't really hear anything.
Mike!
It seemed like my voice just took a turn. As soon as I yelled down, it didn't go down in there.
Mike! Mike!
I started down the side of the mountain, and I saw the rope there. I saw a rope. I remember I picked up the rope, and I'm gonna go get Mike. I'm gonna go throw the rope down because I know where he is. So I start back up the hill with this rope, and then I realized that I'm not strong enough to pull him out right now. I'm in shock, I'm all cut up, I'm in no condition to try to pull Mike out. I'd probably kill both of us trying to do that. So I just laid the rope down, kind of pointing in a line to where he is on the top. Then I started to run down the side of the crater.
I'm standing on the ledge, and all of a sudden, from over my head comes this brown and black object wailing down through the smoke. And I hear this thud. And I think that Chris has fallen and plummeted to his death.
Chris!
I don't get any response. And now I think that Craig has died, Chris has died, and now I'm left all by myself.
You know, the smoke was swirling around, and I was hyperventilating, and my adrenaline's flowing, and I wasn't sure where I was going, and I almost fell back into the crater. I was so disoriented because of the smoke swirling around. The rescuers had left some cones in a trail, so I caught onto that. And I came upon their base camp where they had stayed that night. But nobody was there, it was empty.
The unpredictable weather has not only stopped the rescue mission, it's forced the team completely off the volcano.
I tried to drink water, it wouldn't even go down my throat because my throat was so swollen. It was almost swollen shut. There were oxygen tanks with masks, so I immediately put a mask on, and I just figured I would hike until somebody found me or I'd find the highway or something.
It's a 5-mile hike over desolate terrain, But Chris has an amazing stroke of luck when he's spotted by a passing helicopter.
Hey! Over here!
As soon as they grabbed my arms, my whole body went completely limp. Like I almost fell over. They had to actually carry me from that point to the helicopter. My body just shut down.
Chris tells the rescuers that Mike is still alive, but the extreme weather conditions mean they can't make another rescue attempt today. Mike Benson is facing a second night in the volcano.
I was by myself, thinking that I'm the last survivor of this horrendous ordeal in this volcano. And I kind of just gave up hope for a while. I just thought that the only peace that I would get would be if I just passed away quietly. The biggest thing I think about is, why is my skinny little butt sitting here? I can't believe that God put me on Earth to die in the volcano. Is my ego that big that I have to go back and say that I have to do take two because I want take two to be perfect? But no, I've got to make it better. And with that, endangering myself and my comrades. I started to see Madame Pele, and it was in profile. It looked like she had long flowing hair. Probably around 3 o'clock in the morning, I felt like that there was nobody supporting me, nobody around. My life was coming to an end. So I took a rock and etched on the side of another rock, this big, huge rock, in fact, I love you, Stephanie. I just felt that the end was coming quickly and that there wasn't any other reason to live.
Having survived a helicopter crash, Mike Benson has spent a second night in a live volcano. Both his colleagues have escaped, but Mike believes they're dead. 2 previous ground rescue attempts have failed, so Mike's film company hire another helicopter pilot to attempt another radically different aerial rescue.
All of a sudden I hear this helicopter flying overhead, and I start to see the tail rotor. I'm still looking up, and I start to see the fuselage. And then a head pops out of the left-hand side, and it's the pilot, and he has this old beat-up Vietnam helmet on, and he's waving to me, and I'm waving frantically back to him. Benson, don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything dumb. I'll be back in about 15 or 20 minutes. I'm going to go get a piece of equipment and come back, and we're going to get you out of here. About a half hour goes by, and I'm thinking, what's going on? They can't find me, or are they giving up, or what? All of a sudden, I hear the helicopter, but this time I can't see anything. The visibility has gone to 0. Helicopter comes in, and they were just dropping this net down and just poking it around to where they thought I was. The second time I saw it was like 10 or 12 feet, and with that, it got lodged on this big, huge rock, and it got caught up in the net, and they thought it was my weight that was in the basket, so they powered up. I'm thinking to myself, oh, they're never going to come back. This time it's like about 10 feet, maybe 9 feet in front of me out in the middle of space. And with that, I just jumped into the net. They felt my weight on it, and they gave full power and took me up. I could see blue sky above me, and I could see some edges of the volcano. And as we were going past, I remember yelling back to Madame Pele, "I won, you lost."
Believing that he is the sole survivor of the crash in the volcano, Mike Benson is flown to the base camp to be reunited with his wife, Stephanie.
It's so hard to describe, to see the people that you love. Then out of the group, I see Craig come walking in, and then I realized that they hadn't died.
I came over to greet him. He was pretty dumbfounded and amazed and happy that I was okay.
I just couldn't believe that he survived another night in that pit.
I was so glad to be alive that I could literally have run a 5K. I had this much adrenaline being pumped into me.
After test screenings of Sliver, Paramount Pictures decide to change the ending of the film.
Everybody asks when they see the movie, well, there's nothing about the volcano in it. I said, I know, we changed it all. Everything I shot was for naught.
Craig Hosking continues to fly helicopters and planes on major feature films and is one of the most in-demand pilots in Hollywood.
For a long time, the volcano incident was on my mind a lot. The rescue, the way we did things, and I guess I got to see the core of myself a little bit too.
Chris Duddy has risen up through the ranks of the film industry. He's now a director and producer.
I don't worry that much about death since the accident, you know? I think you just gotta live your life and things happen.
Mike Benson has shot major Hollywood movies. He still loves to fly and now has his own pilot's license.
2 other producers have asked if I wanted to go and do some aerial photography over Kilauea, and I said I don't want to test fate again and be put in a position that I might have to do take 2.
The open sea, its mystery and beauty have always been irresistible. But when the ocean turns, it shows no mercy.
Mayday! Mayday!
This is the true story of 5 sailors shipwrecked in the Atlantic with no food and no water.
We're gonna die!
Every choice they make is life or death in these shark-infested seas. the brand new 58-foot luxury yacht Trashman surges through the Atlantic. Her owner made his millions in the rubbish business, and a hastily assembled crew who've never sailed together before are delivering the yacht to his home in Florida. The 6-day voyage begins in Bar Harbor, Maine. The crew will sail 1,300 miles down the eastern seaboard of the United States to Fort Lauderdale. The most experienced sailor is Deborah Scaling Kiley. She's the first American woman to have completed the grueling Whitbread Around the World race.
I love to sail because you're working with nature. There's another force, and you become one with that force. And I'm a junkie for it. I'm an adrenaline junkie.
Debbie has been hired for the run by the yacht's skipper, John Lippoff.
He was sort of that scraggly sailor look.
It's running nicely now. Head back inland, hire some more crew, yeah?
The first thing that I noticed about him that I thought was kind of wild was that he liked to celebrate everything. He wanted to have a beer the minute I met him.
Problemo, Debs. Problemo.
He showed me his resume, and it was quite impressive. He had actually been on a boat called Black Knight, which was the committee boat for the America's Cup. And you know, to be the skipper of that boat, you can't be all bad. You got to be a pretty good boatman.
Is everything all right?
John's brought along his girlfriend, Meg Mooney. She's no sailor, just along for the ride and looking forward to parties, calm waters, and sunshine.
Weatherfax says clear sailing all the way.
Brad Kavanagh's the youngest crew member. He signed up because Debbie's on board.
All right, why don't you go to sleep now? I'll take the next watch with John. Ask him to come up.
Brad's a decent sailor, although he's not yet in Debbie's league. The Trashman heads inshore to Annapolis, Maryland, to pick up the final member of the 5-man crew, an English sailor who's a friend of Brad's.
Debbie, this is Mark Adams.
Hi.
Debbie here did the last Whitbread. Is that right?
That's right.
I'm betting that your job, boys.
I didn't like his condescending, chauvinistic attitude.
Every minute that his mouth was moving, he was saying stuff just to be outrageous and to get people going. That was his MO. When we left Annapolis, I was in heaven. I was on the big version of my parents' boat with these nice new people heading to Fort Lauderdale, and I couldn't have been happier.
There's something about pushing off and being back on the ocean. Everybody was getting along, and it was exciting.
The first day is an easy sail. By nightfall, they're right on schedule.
That night, the weather was beautiful. The boat was fun to steer. It really just didn't get much better than it was right then.
But this calm doesn't last long. A storm is gathering, and it's moving quickly towards them.
Debbie! Wake up! Debbie!
That was 4 hours?
It's blowing a gale out there. Meg's fallen. She's hurt, and we're taking on water.
John!
She's hurt real bad. Can you come take a look at her?
Where the hell did this storm come from?
Usually, if it's a squall, it comes in and it blows through and it's over. But this was not a squall. This was something that was building momentum. I couldn't believe the conditions had deteriorated so much. Surfing down those waves, it was like a roller coaster. And it's like an elevator when it drops.
This is why I got into sailing, Brad.
Well, my mother sailed through a hurricane when I was in her belly, but I can honestly say that this kind of weather is not in my blood.
Mark's up on deck, just woo, howling at the wind, and obviously he's been drinking.
Come on!
Gotta help her. She fell on her back.
Well, I'll take a look.
Meg had gone up on deck, and when the boat fell and wiped out, her tether didn't keep her from falling.
I was like, what was Meg doing on deck to begin with? She has no business out in this kind of weather.
Debbie, leave it. Just help her, okay?
But John...
Debbie, for once, would you just do what I say?
She rolled over slightly, and you could see the bruising begin, and it was all through the kidney area. I could just tell she was in so much pain.
I want to go home, John. Take me home.
Okay, Ellie. I'll get some help.
John discovered that he didn't have any charts to take him into this part of the coast.
It was just one more little omen that things weren't great. It was that he wasn't prepared.
A sailing vessel trash man calling Coast Guard. We urgently need a compass heading so we can head inshore. We have no chart. Over.
Brad and I went up on deck to take our next watch, and it was wildly out of control. The winds were gusting 50 miles per hour, and Mark's up on deck, and he is just wild.
Are you out of your mind? We're in a gale and you're hammered! You're a bigger idiot than I thought!
Good one! Still floating, isn't she?
The Coast Guard advised us that we should go to Wilmington, North Carolina. But when we altered course and headed into the coast, those waves just started smashing into the boat and impacting us. And it was like one of those amusement park rides that, you know, kind of jerks you up, but it wouldn't go over and jerks you up.
The yacht's sails are ripped off in the storm, so John turns to the engine in a last-ditch attempt to power through the waves.
The alarms all went off and the engine overheated. The engine was gone, and that was the end of our ability to charge the batteries. We were quickly going to be running out of power to speak to anybody from off the vessel. Now we had no engine, no sail, and we were just floating out there in the ocean.
Not knowing what else to do, John makes a decision the others find hard to take. He radios for help.
Yes, we're running on emergency power. We need assistance immediately. We're in trouble. Our engine is down. Our sails are damaged. We need immediate rescue. Over.
Need rescuing.
I'd never been on a boat that had requested assistance, and it was really odd for me because it was like giving up. But John's big issue there was getting Meg off the boat.
He has no right calling the Coast Guard! He's a skipper, Mark! He called the shots, don't forget that!
He was angry. You know, he believes that a sailor should be self-reliant and only that, you know, only wusses would call the Coast Guard.
Roger that. 2 ships, Exxon, Huntington, and Gypsum King. 4 hours away.
Since the 2 merchant vessels are the closest ships to the trash man, the Coast Guard requests that they head towards the yacht to assist. Help is at last on its way.
It gave us this false sense of security, and I think that's probably the kiss of death.
They will rendezvous. Roger that. Over. Come in, please, Coast Guard. This is Trashman. Are you still there? Over. Anybody there? Anybody there? Over. Anybody? Anybody?
Powerless, the yacht is battered by the enormous waves. But after 12 hours on watch and with help on its way, Debbie and Brad decide to get some rest.
I crawled in. I was so exhausted. I can hear Mark whooping it up and howling at the wind. Woo! There was that brief moment. I thought, God, we ought to be on deck. And then I thought, you know what? It's not my problem now. I gotta get some sleep.
But you really can't sleep in that situation. You can just try and rest, and having all that time on your hands, your mind can just take you all sorts of terrible, terrible places. I was just lying there and feeling like the boat was going to break apart.
Without sails or an engine, the yacht's almost impossible to steer. So Mark ties off the helm and heads down to sleep. Brad lies awake, ill at ease as the situation begins to get much worse.
One of these times we got to the top of one of these waves and it crested and broke, like at the beach, like Hawaii 5-0. And the boat fell off the top. You know, we were in free fall. And then we impacted against the window. And the window just smashed out and the water just poured in.
Johnny! David! We gotta get out of here! No, let's get out of here! Go!
Here's the boat sinking, and we're scrambling to get to the deck, and I hear John over here going,
Mayday! Anybody! Mayday! Mayday! We're sinking! We're sinking! We're sunk! Anybody!
And I get up on that deck, and it was just like a slow motion drink. I don't even know how to describe it. It was just gray, and it was crazy, and it was tumultuous. And I look around, and there is nothing. And we're going down, and we're going down fast. You don't think about dying. You don't think about drowning. You don't think about anything. You think about getting away from this boat that it's going under, and it's sinking in less than 2 minutes. It's just going down like a big rock.
Mark frantically struggles to undo the pressurized canister holding the life raft and survival gear. Brad heads for the only other option, a tiny, inflatable dinghy.
I swam after the dinghy, kicking off my sea boots and my foul weather bottoms, thinking, my dad's gonna kill me. I've just let his boots sink. And then thoughts of my mother and how horrified she was gonna be and how sad that when she learned that I had died there in the ocean.
The canister inflates, and he's still holding on, and eventually he just lets go. The life raft is blown away, and we weren't going to find it in the middle of the night.
You managed to get anything from the yacht?
Nothing!
We're dead!
Inside that life raft was everything that we needed to live, to survive what we were going through. It had an emergency beaconing device, which a plane could have picked up on, had water makers to make fresh water from salt water.
Food, fish hooks, mirrors, signaling devices.
It had rations, flares, first aid equipment.
Perhaps had a radio even with it.
And in that rubber Zodiac dinghy, we had absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I'm so sorry I lost the life raft!
Our chances for survival were 0.
Where's Meg?
As the boat sank, Meg was within the rigging.
Get away from me, yacht!
And she just didn't have the sea savvy or the knowledge to, watch the waves, and then when the wave action was right, to swim out. So I knew if I didn't go back and get her, she'd die.
Debbie! Be careful!
Hey, you gotta keep your head okay? Now!
We're all gathered around the rubber Zodiac dinghy, and I remember watching Trash Man as the last little foot of her mast slipped under the water, and it was the most devastatingly lonely feeling that I've ever felt in my life.
The trash bin went down in less than a minute.
We're all gonna die!
By not contacting the Coast Guard. You know, we were now half an hour late for our radio call. They should have been on the way. Cavalry rushing in. All we needed to do was stay afloat, and they'd find us. The next day, when the sun finally came up, the sky was overcast and gray.
The air temperature being 40, we would definitely succumb to hypothermia.
Let's get under the dinghy. There's a shelter. I can't.
No.
I can't.
We'll be out of the wind!
Rather than flip the dinghy over, the crew get underneath it, where they'll be sheltered from the bitterly cold wind and rapid hypothermia.
Come on! Check on you.
The sad thing was that Meg just couldn't participate. I think it was too painful for her. But more than anything, Meg was very claustrophobic.
Soon, the water begins to have its own chilling effect.
Okay, we gotta get out of the water. It's cooling us down.
Give me a minute.
We devised a system where we positioned our bodies suspended by a line that we'd rigged.
Lie down next to me. You two, lie on top of us.
By stacking ourselves like a bunch of fuel rods at a nuclear power plant or a bunch of logs in a fire, we were able to share our body heat and to keep ourselves warm.
As the storm raged on, you could crawl up underneath the dinghy like that, and it was so quiet and so peaceful. It was so deceptive. It was almost luring you once again into that amniotic state.
Help me! Help me!
He's having a heart attack!
Right! Call 911!
When John started talking about his heart pains, I knew immediately he was probably just hyperventilating because the air would get very thick under the Zodiac dinghy.
Please, get him into the dinghy!
The wind was like 40 degrees and it was blowing like 90 knots. And we decided we would flip the Zodiac dinghy over and we lift Meg in. I was horrified at her wounds. The wire in the rigging had cut almost all the way to the bone, and she had huge gaping wounds on her legs. It was heartbreaking. Just those wounds alone were a death sentence.
It's too bloody cold out here. Let's turn it back over. We're gonna freeze to death.
Look, man, you want to go back in the water, help yourself. There's a whole ocean out there.
We hung there for a minute, and pretty soon he goes, "Quit kicking me."
I'm not touching you.
You did it again. Cut it out.
What are you talking about? I'm not kicking you.
Stop now.
And I thought, you know what? I'm going to look in the water, and I'm going to see where his legs are, and I'm going to stay as far away from him as I can. And it was the most eerie sensation. And I noticed these like torpedo-shaped bodies. And I thought, fish. And then all of a sudden one came really close and I realized it was like hundreds of sharks. They were everywhere. And just the minute we got in, fins just everywhere in the water. And I don't mean like 2 or 3, I mean 10, 20, they were everywhere.
Why are we shocking the ocean?
I've never seen so many sharks in my life, not in my entire trip around the world. It was the most frightening feeling I've ever felt. To this day, I don't know why the sharks didn't attack us that night, with all of us treading water, with Meg's legs bleeding.
Mark, I'm warning you! Do not hit a single shark with that! Are you out of your mind? What do you think? What? You're gonna calm them down? Give me that!
Our biggest threat was not just the coal, but a wave breaking underneath us and flipping the Zodiac over and dumping us back into the shark-infested water. So what we had to do is devise a system to try to slow the little rubber Zodiac down.
Hey, Debbie, do you think maybe we can make a sea anchor out of this thing? Stabilize this tub?
But as soon as we threw the piece of plywood over the front of the boat, the shark swam up and grabbed it in its mouth.
These were not little sharks. And this one was big enough to pull a 13-foot rubber Zodiac dinghy with 5 people in it, which is at least, 700 pounds, wildly through the water.
By nightfall, the storms died down, but the sharks are still out there. The crew's hungry and thirsty, and the night air begins to freeze their wet bodies.
It's night 2, and with night comes just that threat of not being able to make it through the night again.
A light! A light! A light!
Oh God, it's close. Paddle!
At first, when you see the light, you just are so excited you can't stand yourself. They're coming to rescue you. And then you realize the reality of the situation is it's pitch black. You're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and nobody can see anything.
If I can't make eye contact with someone on that ship, I'm not close enough. And I just think that paddling towards it is a huge waste of my energy, and I haven't eaten anything in 2 days. And I don't want to expend my energy when I'm freezing all the time to do this.
The craving for water is like nothing I've ever felt. It's as if every cell in your body needs it and it's crying out for it. You haven't had water in 24 hours, almost 48 hours.
But all I got was the wind blowing through my mouth and actually drying my mouth and my tongue more than the moisture coming in from the rain.
Damn!
It was as if God was spitting on us, laughing at our situation. All of a sudden, we remembered about the ship, and we looked out, and the ship was gone. Maybe that was a chance for survival. It's the ultimate despair.
And at that point, I just couldn't take it. I felt that I was being teased by the environment and by the powers that be. Oh, I stood up and I gave God the finger, started, saying, what are you doing to us? You're gonna make it rain, let it rain so we can get some water.
The last thing you wanted to do is curse God, because that was about the only chance we had for survival.
I don't want to die.
The ship has gone, but some unwanted guests refuse to leave.
There was always a fin somewhere. They were always bumping into the raft and pushing us around. Then they'd go away for a while, and just about the time you think that they'd gone away, they came back again. The situation was going from bad to worse to nightmarish.
Day 3, and the crew of the Trashman are still adrift in the Atlantic, suffering from dehydration, infection, and the fear that they'll never be found.
Well, we were starting to get very frustrated with the Coast Guard because without food and water, we were really starting to suffer.
Hey, do
you think a ship will rescue us before the Coast Guard finds us?
Coast Guard's on its way.
Yeah, sure, of course. Coast Guard's on...
Hey, guys, I got news for you. The Coast Guard ain't coming. They never were. They forgot about us. We're on our own.
Thanks a lot, Debbie.
It was as if I had dropped the final curtain on the show. They just all kind of sat back and looked at me like I'd lost my mind.
Hey, Brad, where do you think we are?
Well, from roughly where we went down, we're anywhere between 35 and 135 miles off the coast.
What? Is that far? We could still be blown to shore, right? Guys?
My God.
The crew have no idea where they are, but the dinghy's now 140 miles from shore and heading out into the Atlantic. The dynamics of the group begin to change, and partnerships form as the survival instinct starts to take hold.
What are we gonna do?
I don't know.
I'm so sorry I got you into this. If I didn't have you, if it was just me and those guys, I don't know.
We just need to stick together. You and me.
If we lose this bond, then we're lost. And it's what's going to keep both of us alive. So I'm going to watch out for you, and you watch out for me.
I can hardly stay awake.
Why don't you go to sleep? I'll watch you. Make sure you're okay.
If it had come down to someone trying to hurt Brad or kill him, I would have done my best to take him out because Brad was my partner in survival. And I wasn't going to let him go. There was no way. The bottom of the boat was fetid. It had a mixture of urine and blood and pus.
We were in absolute agony because we were starting to get massive staph infections all over our bodies.
These staphylococcal infections are caused by bacteria entering cuts in the skin. They can soon attack the heart and lungs, and Meg is at particular risk because of her open wound.
I felt so bad. She was dying of blood poisoning, and we were sitting there watching Meg die. It was just tragic.
Night 3, with all the infection coming on, and the starvation setting in, we all were getting very delirious.
What are you doing? That stuff will kill you.
Here, Miss Whitbread. Help yourself.
Everyone knows that you're not supposed to drink seawater. They tell us that from the time we're little kids, and that's one of the things you just don't do.
Drinking salt water dehydrates your body even more, and it causes kidneys to shut down, and you begin to have delusions. And ultimately, if you drink salt water, it will kill you if you don't kill yourself first from the delusions. I didn't really know how long it would be before we saw the effects of the salt water, but it stood to reason to me that it would be probably, 7 hours or so. And I was right. It didn't take all that long.
It's too hot.
Hey, everybody!
buddy.
It was just like I was watching some crazy play.
I want my fags! Wait. I see land. I see land! I see land!
It's right there, man. You see it? It's right there in front of us. We're just off Falmouth, Meg. We'll go to the hospital where my mom works. She'll take care of us.
We're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We're nowhere near Falmouth.
That's total crap, man!
It's over there.
This went on all day long.
Oh, I want my cigarettes. I need one now.
The monotony of it was starting to drive me crazy.
I'm just gonna get my car.
We're in the middle of nowhere.
You guys bring the boat in, and I'll go get the car.
There is no car, John.
There it is. I see it. I'm just gonna get the car.
And then all of a sudden, he jumps off the side of the boat.
John.
And we're like, where the are you going? There is no land, there is no Falmouth, and there are a lot of sharks out there. You need to come back.
Get back in the boat, John. John, go back in the boat. Get back in the boat, John. He's coming back.
Brad, do something.
I can't. I don't have the energy, Debbie. Look how far away he is.
There's just physically not enough strength in me to force him not to go.
I can't see him.
All of a sudden, we just hear this shrill scream. I mean, blood-curdling. And it was over. And then silence. And it was like there was no crying. There was no nothing. Meg just said,
He's gone.
there wasn't any doubt what had happened to him. The sharks got him. The sharks never left.
I was angry with him because I really felt that I would get a lot of credit for surviving and having everyone survive. I looked forward and relished the thought of being heroic. And there's nothing heroic in what I had done in this instance, which was stand by while John swam off to meet the shark.
The 4 remaining survivors of the trash man cling to life as they drift helplessly in the Atlantic. The sharks have just claimed their first victim, John, the captain.
After John went over, we all just sort of sat back for a while. I think everyone was so shocked. And Meg was crying, but she wasn't sobbing. She was so sad, and she was so sick.
Hey, gorgeous. I know how to make you feel better. Take your mind off John. Promise.
He says, "Hey, lady, I think it's about time you and me had sex." And that just, like, hit me over the head with a 2x4, and I woke up Brad, and Brad,
We've got to stop this.
Hey, let's just see how she deals with it.
Right. I'm tired of playing games. I'm just going back to the 7-Eleven to get some more beer and cigarettes.
Mark, you're not going to the 7-Eleven for anything. You know we're in this dinghy, don't you?
I'm just going over for a minute. Just to stretch my legs. And get rid of the cramps. Just for a moment.
Brad and I get up and go, man, the sharks just ate John.
No. I'm just stretching my legs. I'm getting right back in.
And just about that time, we feel this. Bam! And then we feel a bam again. And all of a sudden we realize there's like this frenzied attack, and the sharks are eating Mark underneath the Zodiac.
Poor sharks.
It was, without a doubt, the most horrifying moment of my entire life.
The sharks now had a taste of what they'd been following for days, and they wanted more. So they tried to tip the boat over with Meg, Debbie, and I in the raft.
What would it feel like once they began to drag you under? What would it feel like with that first bite? And maybe it would be better if we jumped over and drowned ourselves so we would never have to feel it. And it lasted for what seemed like an eternity, like hours. That night, I remember waking up and looking up, and there were stars everywhere. It was like a starry night. And then I began to hear Meg moan in the dinghy.
I think she was frustrated and she just wanted to strike out at somebody. I mean, John really did her a dirty trick, leaving her there in the raft.
It was really weird. She took her hands and started moving them in the air like a Spanish dancer, like she was in completely some other world. And then, out of the blue, she just started talking.
What did she say?
I don't know. And it all of a sudden became very clear to me that Meg was speaking in tongues.
She's
dying, isn't she?
She was dying. She was really close to death.
Meg?
When we woke up, Meg was dead in the bottom of the dinghy. All that fetid mixture that was left over from the seaweed and the urine and the pus and...
Debbie. Should we eat her?
We were starving, and you've heard of cannibalism at sea, and are we gonna, nourish ourselves by somehow figuring it out how to butcher her and eat her, or what are we going to do?
Ugh. She's too infected, Brad. We have to get rid of her.
I'm so hungry. My stomach's twisting in pain. You're right.
And so we decided that we would take off her shirt and all of her jewelry so that we could give those to her family. I got really mad at Brad because he was like, I can't get the ring off. I'm like, get it off. It's not like you're gonna hurt her. Just take it off and get it off. It was such a sad moment because we laid her body, naked body, on the side of the raft, And then we decided that we couldn't just push her over, that we had to give some kind of a funeral. And so we said the Lord's Prayer and Psalm 23, and then we just gently pushed her body overboard. And we decided then that we would just go back to sleep so that if the sharks attacked her, we wouldn't have to see it. And so that's what we did.
People can argue that it was a physical thing that killed Meg, but I think it was John abandoning her and making her despair that killed Meg.
Are
you okay?
I don't know. I've been retching ever since I woke up.
It's the water in the bottom. Meg's died in it. It's making you ill. The sun's only making it worse. We gotta wash the dinghy out.
I can't. I don't have the energy.
Yes, you do. We're turning this thing over right now.
What about the sharks?
I haven't seen sharks for hours. Come on, Brad. Don't give up on me.
And it really scared me because I did not want to have to live in that life raft, in that little rubber Zodiac dinghy, alone.
I gave it a few good pops and I almost got the boat over, and then I lost my grip on the line and I fell over the side of the boat.
Debbie! You gotta be back here.
And this time I don't have the strength to get myself back into the boat.
For God's sake!
I sobbed. I felt like I had just doomed Brad to death. If the sharks showed up, we were screwed. And I just went on and I just burst into tears and I fell back against the seat and I couldn't do it.
I could give a crap about what Debbie's thinking this time. She's just sitting there being completely useless and I'm still alive and she won't help me climb in the raft.
For God's sake!
She's finding it impossible to help me to climb into the raft. And I don't know what's on her mind, but she's not thinking straight. It was life and death, and I pulled myself into the boat while she sat 3 feet away from me just crying.
We were each at one end or the other of the raft. He wouldn't talk to me. He was so off at me.
Bitch.
I'm so sorry, Brad.
I just want to relax because of all this death that's been happening for the past 12, 15 hours. And as soon as I take a break, I look at the horizon and there's a ship coming straight at us.
Debbie.
I'm gonna make it up to you. Let's catch fish. We're going to survive.
Debbie! There's your ship.
I had heard it was a ship so many times. I just didn't. Big deal. It's a ship. They're not going to see us.
Turn around.
Look how close it is. And I turned around, and it was amazing.
And the ship came by, and it went by, and a guy walked out on the wing bridge and looked down at us, and I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I waved at him, and he waved at me, and next thing I knew, there wasn't just one person that came out, but there were like 5, 6 people. They were all coming out. They threw all their life-saving equipment out at us, and Debbie jumps off the boat, and I'm like, God damn it. you know, don't leave your friend Brad here all alone.
What? No goodbyes? Nothing?
I was holding the rope that held the life ring, and they started winching us in.
And then a big sailor picked us both up.
And when they finally hand me off to the last guy, he just gently lays me on the deck, and I realized that they were Russian. And I didn't care. It was, I didn't care where I was going. I didn't care who these people were. I was lying there, and Brad was there, and we were alive.
These guys did a fantastic job getting us on board the vessel, and oh, it was just so great. I mean, the whole thing was just so great. That was just wonderful. And then, you know, but it was just the start of our journey back to life.
There's never a day that you're more thankful for life than the day you almost die. I'm here today, and I don't feel guilty about it, and I have no regrets. And every day I wake up, and it's a new day, and I'm happy. And I always try to find something good in the bad things that happen to me.
It's not something you just turn off when it's over. You keep living in that survival mode. You know, I don't know if you're shell-shocked or what you are, but it's impossible to just turn it off and go back to being the way you were before.
In their 5 days at sea, the dinghy had drifted 140 miles from where the yacht sank and was heading further and further away from land. With no beacon on the dinghy, the two merchant ships were unable to find it. The Coast Guard called off the search for Trashman because it received a call stating the yacht had made it safely into port during the storm. Who made that phone call remains a mystery.
I believe that, you know, John and Mark could have pulled through, but I think with these guys, the real problem was that they had just reached the end of their rope and it was not worth it for them to put up with the pain and continue living. But for me, I'm not going to take myself out of the game before it's over.
Brad and Debbie have no idea how much longer they could have hung on. What they do know is they had an unshakable will to survive.
Hey, watch that!
When a plane full of executives develops engine trouble over the Kalahari Desert,
Put your head between your knees!
an enjoyable business trip becomes a journey to hell. Badly injured, the survivors are vulnerable to attack by animals. As two men trek out into the hostile wilderness to find help,
This was the lowest I've felt in my life.
time is running out for their injured friends.
You have to come to terms with reality. I think we're going to die.
Carl Duplessis is executive director of a thriving courier company in South Africa. He lives in Johannesburg with his wife and has two small children. Today, he's chartered a private plane to take him and his team on a promotional tour of Botswana.
I enjoy flying, so I don't often have an opportunity to just relax and enjoy the journey, so I was really looking forward to it.
Carl's close friend and business partner, Neb Graurak, is originally from Serbia, but now lives in Botswana with his wife. Also traveling are Mike and Lynette Nikolic. They just got married and are hoping to start a family. Lynette is from Botswana, and Mike is from Serbia like his friend Neb.
I had experience flying with the small planes, and they always been my concern. But it's quite a normal day. Nothing really that you could sense or see there are problems.
Lynette's not so sure.
I am looking forward to the trip, but I was just feeling a bit uneasy. I thought to myself, Lynette, if you need to say anything, it should be now. But couldn't get myself to express my feelings to anybody. It was all internal.
These entrepreneurs are used to the advantages that come with success. Today, their chartered plane is taking them from the capital of Botswana, Gaborone, to the small town of Maun, 600 miles away. It's a 2-hour flight which will take them across the vast expanse of the Kalahari, the desert whose very name means the great thirst.
Guys, help yourself to some soft drinks in one of those coolers.
And where's the champagne, caviar?
We're having fun. I'm sitting next to the pilot and I'm really enjoying the flight. And behind me, Neb, Mike and Lynette's just talking. So it was quite a jovial atmosphere.
An hour and a half into the flight, Lynette is still uneasy.
For some reason, I was becoming claustrophobic. I'm not enjoying my flight. I'm looking out and wondering and looking.
Don't worry. You take a big plane back, huh?
I looked towards one wing, the engine, and I saw a bit of oil coming out of the wing.
Neb.
Costa!
What?
There's oil coming from the engine.
First of all, there were drops, and then it becomes a proper brownish line.
Pilot Costa Macandonatis tries to reassure the passengers.
It's nothing serious. Just sit back, keep your safety belts on.
Without oil, the engine will seize up and could catch fire. Costa has no choice.
Hey, what's that?
Mike.
It's just a precaution. I had to shut off the port engine.
The plane should be able to fly on one engine. But in the African heat, the air is thin, and with a full passenger load, it begins to lose altitude.
We need to make a precautionary landing.
Costa radios the control tower to get his coordinates so he can find a landing strip nearby.
What are they saying?
You can't pick us up on the radar. Just look for a landing strip.
There's nothing out here. You've got to keep on flying.
I'm losing altitude. I can't. Gaborone requesting our position.
Their only lifeline is the radio.
Gaborone? Gaborone. Damn! Lost radio contact.
Costa knows he's going to have to crash land.
I took Mike's hand, I took Neb's hand, and I said, God, I'm just asking for safe passage.
All I know that I have maybe a minute or a minute and a half to live. And I'm just worried about my children.
I remember elephants running in a panic because of the aeroplane coming.
I just saw the earth coming closer and closer and closer. I know that air crashes, you really don't survive.
Put your head between your knees now!
The impact should have killed them all.
I'm still alive.
I open my eyes. I see my wife. She's burning.
The metal's burning me! Help me, Mike!
When I touch the belt to unbuckle her, I realize it's very hot and I burn myself now.
The plane's leaking fuel tanks could explode at any moment.
We need to get out of that as quick as possible. Your body is kind of state of shock. You try to get up and you just fall down.
Guys, where's Neb?
We realize, but there is no Neb.
Where's Neb? It's in the plane. Neb, there. Still in the plane, let's get him.
We are panicking because we don't know how fast the aircraft's going to burn.
Are you okay? Let's get him out.
Careful, shoulder up.
Neb, please. Is he still breathing? I don't know. Neb, talk to me.
The survivors are shocked and injured.
There's lots of blood around. My nose was broken.
Mike, Costa, and Carl's injuries are superficial. But Neb is in a bad way.
The pain was unbearable because, particularly of the ribs.
Just breathe. Just breathe.
And I actually couldn't breathe.
Lift me up. Lift me up. Okay, I'll got you. I'll got you. Let's take him to the tree. Over there.
Neb has punctured his lung. He has to prop himself up in order to breathe.
I couldn't lie down. I had to stand most of the time. And I was hugging the tree.
Lynette sustained multiple injuries in the crash. She has damaged her spine.
I couldn't move. I couldn't move my legs. As soon as I tried to lift myself up, for some reason I would feel dizzy and then I'll be forced to lie down.
And her left arm has been so badly burned that the nerves have been destroyed.
I didn't feel any pain. There was no pain at all. I was just worried about the fact that I can't get up. I can't do anything.
She needs immediate medical attention.
Don't worry. They'll come soon. We'll get you to hospital.
The crash has destroyed the radio. But the passengers believe that the plane's emergency transmitter will soon bring rescue. As the afternoon wears on, they begin to have doubts.
We're realizing now that it's getting dark, nobody can land. So we're getting used to the idea that we need to spend the night here.
Almost everything that might have helped them survive a night in the bush has been destroyed.
Anyone got matches?
They need to find a way to ward off predators.
It is a sample only. It's for promotions.
Well, we've got to get the fire going and keep it going all night. Who knows what's crawling out there?
I was very concerned about the area where we crashed. When I look at those trees, I was thinking this is a perfect area where leopard is living. It's a very dangerous animal. Lots of hyenas, lots of elephants, lions. It's a really wild area.
Carl manages to start a fire using the last piece of smoldering wreckage. The pilot and the executives prepare themselves for a terrifying night in the bush. They know it's a dangerous time. Lion, leopard, and hyena are out hunting, on the lookout for weak, vulnerable, or injured prey.
I can hear things move around in the forest, and I'm scared. There's a totally alien environment.
You can feel the presence. There are they, you know, you don't see them, but you can feel that there is something is around you.
The only thing that keeps them going through the night is the knowledge that they will be rescued in the morning. Neb is exhausted. He hasn't been able to lie down or sleep all night.
Hey, it's time for the rescue.
The fire has done its job. It's protected them from the perils of the night, but the heat of the day brings the bush's biggest killer.
The morning came, and thirst. I wanted water. It was something that I needed desperately.
The thirst is unbearable. Your mouth is so dry that you can even feel the pain in your mouth, in your tongue.
They can find no water, so they take advantage of a fleeting source of moisture. Dew.
You get a little bit here and there, a couple drops, but it's not enough.
In no time, the African sun evaporates their only source of water. All they can hope for now is that rescue will come quickly.
We're under the impression that there's an emergency transponder unit in the tail transmitting our position. So if people look for you, that they will be able to find us.
I can hear a plane. Over there. Over here! Help! Over here! Oh, let's make some smoke! Over here! That's right! Help! Over here! Help! Over here! Over here!
But it's not a rescue plane.
We look up, it's very high, and it's clear that it's never going to see us.
Carl can't understand why the emergency transmitter hasn't brought rescue.
If you check if it's transmitting.
Emergency transmitters are compulsory in Botswana.
You have transponder, right?
not compulsory.
But not in South Africa, where this plane is registered.
So now no one knows where we are.
We're realizing now that things are not so straightforward as we thought.
What is going on?
They'll be here soon.
Their only hope is that planes will search the flight path and spot the wreckage. But as the morning drags on, there is still no sign of rescue.
I find it very strange that nobody's looking for us. And what goes through my mind is this absolute feeling of being stranded, of being just total desolation.
Realizing that time is running out for Neb and Lynette, Carl decides he's got to do something.
At this stage, I make a decision that I'm going to walk, to go and look for assistance.
Mike. Gossa. We're gonna walk.
Don't be crazy. You'll die.
If I walk, we double our chances of rescue, and Lynette and Neb need a doctor.
I go with you.
No. I'm not injured. I'll go. Be safer with the two of us.
Costa has calculated that they've crashed about 150 kilometers south of Maun.
So when do we leave?
I think the sooner the better.
I think it's quite easy to walk 5 kilometers an hour. If I walk 8 hours a day, I can walk 40 kilometers a day. I can walk to Maun in 4 days.
You thought that you are not going to see him again, because you are not going to be alive. These are obviously enormously emotional situations.
The decision to walk is not an easy decision to make. Will the people that are staying behind, will they cope without Costa and I? I'm worried that they don't have water. I'm worrying whether Mike can take care of both his wife and Neb. But it's the decision that I've made, so I decided to just go with my decision. And Costa and I set off.
They set out and we said bye-bye to them. I felt very vulnerable again because now I felt that I couldn't help in any way. I was just lying there, and it wasn't my nature to feel helpless.
Mike has no idea how long he'll have to cope alone.
If I collapsed, then things can go bad.
Mike was my lifeline. It was very frightening because now I felt this is getting very serious.
As they trek into the bush, Carl begins to have serious doubts about their position.
I'm asking Costa all the time, where are we? Where are you? Are you sure where we are?
About 150 k's south of Maun, correct?
Keep going due north, and we'll be fine.
I have my doubts about this simply from the point of view as to why no planes have come to look for us. I don't believe that he knows where we are.
At this stage, Carl has no alternative but to accept Costa's word and walk north. But Carl and Costa are taking a huge risk. They have no experience of bush survival, and if they don't make it, neither will the others. By midday, the temperature at the crash site has risen to over 40 degrees. Mike, Lynette and Neb have had nothing but dew to drink for over 20 hours. Lynette's condition is deteriorating rapidly, and she's desperate for water.
My throat is burning. I don't have energy. I mean, it's like completely dry. From my throat right into my tummy, it's dry, and it just needs some sort of moisture, water.
Lynette is more thirsty than the others because she's losing moisture through her burned flesh. Her only chance is that Carl and Costa will bring help soon. But as they continue walking through the bush, it becomes increasingly impenetrable.
Walking through the bush is turning out to be extremely difficult. You have thorns sticking into your clothes all the time.
But then they stumble across a solution.
Costa, over here, quick.
It's a track.
They've found an elephant path. The whole area is crisscrossed by hundreds of these paths, made by elephants treading down the foliage and knocking away the trees. And it should lead them to water.
The elephant walks from waterhole to waterhole, week in, week out, year in, year out, decade in, decade out. So it's a proper path. But these paths don't go 100% north.
Carl and Costa's need to find water could get them completely lost and bring them face to face with the biggest killer of man in the African bush. Plane crash survivors Carl and Costa have made the risky decision to leave their injured friends behind and trek out into the African wilderness to find help. They've been following elephant paths for hours and are desperate for water.
Costa, look.
Right in front of us, next to the path, is a waterhole. It's a really small, little, muddy waterhole.
The problem is, the elephants got there first.
It smells awful. It tastes awful. It's full of excrement from the elephants, urine from the elephants. It's really foul.
The water is a breeding ground for dangerous bacteria. This putrid liquid might give them dysentery, which could be fatal.
I'm concerned that it would have harmful effects on my body. And yet, when you're thirsty, it's drinkable.
Back at the crash site, Lynette, Neb and Mike are facing a similar dilemma.
What came to my mind is to drink urine, so that is something which will carry us alive. I was worried about kidneys, I was worried about dehydrating and things like that. There is nothing else we could do.
But recycling their urine is a short-term solution. It will soon become poisonous. Facing another night in the African bush, their only hope is that Carl and Costa have reached safety and will bring rescue in the morning.
We've now walked a whole day and we haven't come across any sign of people. We're exhausted, so we take one step out of the elephant path and lay down to go to sleep.
What they don't realize is that they're blocking the path of a herd of elephants.
Don't move.
Don't move. It is absolutely petrifying. Costa's telling me not to move, but I'm unable to follow the instruction.
the elephant decides to warn them off instead of trampling them to death. As night falls, the African bush has another surprise for them. The rain is a welcome relief, but Mike is struggling to collect it.
I put various plastic things around just to try to collect some water, because obviously that's what we need.
But the rain brings with it a terrible worry. It's in danger of putting the fire out, and Mike has no means of relighting it. Without fire, they're vulnerable to attack by predators.
I try even to go back to the aeroplane. I put something over the fire from aeroplane just to protect direct water coming into the fire. It was quite a task.
Mike manages to save the fire, but before any water can be collected, the rain stops. The survivors are left as thirsty as if the rain had never happened.
Being wet and still be very thirsty, it's horrible.
Carl and Costa have survived another night in the bush, but Carl is increasingly worried that they're nowhere near to Mound.
If we are walking towards Mound, we should be directly under the flight path. Where's the planes?
Costa and I discuss why we haven't seen any planes.
We're heading the right way.
But I just feel that we are, of course, because we haven't come across any sign of people. I didn't see a track of a car. I didn't see a piece of paper. Nothing. This is wilderness. So I feel that we might be way, way away from Mound.
Carl's suspicions are correct. Their flight veered way off course and crashed 140 miles east of Mound in uninhabited bush, which is why they have seen no search planes. Although a massive rescue operation has been launched, it's scouring an area over 200 miles away, beneath the Gaborone to Mound flight path. Carl and Costa are walking north to nowhere. And time is running out for the survivors at the crash site.
Things are getting worse and worse. Lynette is now getting more seriously sick. Sometimes she loses herself for 10, 15 minutes, doesn't know what's happening.
And I vaguely remember him raising his voice. He said, "We're going to live long, we're going to have children, you know, everything will be fine, we'll be happy."
Mike is also struggling to look after Neb, who's had to stand up for 3 days and nights just to be able to breathe. Sleep deprivation and chronic dehydration are weakening Neb's grip on reality.
Thoughts about snakes, hyenas, putting you into panic mode.
Neb is panicking. He wants to go now.
Mike was trying to advise me not to go.
It's too dangerous out there.
I'll go on my own.
I can't leave Lynette. She can't move.
Sometimes you have this fix in your brain, you want to do it.
Mike thinks he'll never see his friend again, but there's absolutely nothing he can do. Neb's condition is causing him to hallucinate.
I wanted to find village with the people who will just pull us and rescue us. You really believe and you really see something what is not there. The moment when you see there is nothing there, That is a big disappointment.
Suddenly I hear him shouting, "There is a water, come and see this." Obviously, after all stories which we went through, and I did not believe him straight away, there is a water.
But this time, it really is water.
We had plenty of Zippo lighters, but we were actually using for as a promotional material, and that lid of Zippo lighter was very useful to extract that water.
Funny enough, more I give them, they need more water. They put lots of pressure on me. They need the water now. Now they're dying.
I need more.
So I said, okay, fine.
These few sips are barely enough to see them through the night. But Carl and Costa aren't even that lucky.
We're just walking and walking and walking, and we're not finding any water. I'm really, really thirsty. And I'm constantly thinking about how the other people are doing, constantly evaluating whether the decision was the right one to leave them there. And it becomes clear to me that we're going to have to go to sleep that night without having had anything to drink.
I woke up in the morning and I was aware that something was irritating my left hand. And I looked and I lifted up a little bit and I saw all these little wiggly things on my hand. And then I realized it was maggots.
I tried to clean the maggots out with my fingers, try to clean the wounds, because I thought it's a very bad thing, what's happening.
Mike doesn't realize that the maggots are helping to cleanse Lynette's rotting wounds. For him, they're proof that he's powerless against the wildlife of the bush.
Even a little bit of control and hope is going away. You start doubting, where is the Carl and Costa? Why they're not coming?
The whole world has forgotten us.
After 3 days of walking in the blistering heat, Carl and Costa have still seen no sign of human habitation, and they're completely disoriented.
Mentally, this whole thing is starting to take its toll. I believe I hear a car, but I don't seem to get any closer to where the sound emanates from. I realized that it was my imagination. And I just wonder how I got myself into this mess.
It's much worse than he thinks. Not only are they hopelessly lost, but because they've been following the elephant paths, their route has zigzagged. They've walked for 60 miles, but in fact they're still only 20 miles from the crash site.
I'm older than Costa, so I think I'm mentally stronger, even if I'm not physically stronger. All my life I've been taught to be stoic. I realize that Costas and I have only ourselves to extricate ourselves from this situation. There's no alternative. You know, I have children, responsibilities that I have to take care of. I can't perish in Botswana. Can't do it. But I'm wondering for how long I can actually walk, keep it up like this.
For Lynette and Neb, things are going from bad to worse. Mike no longer has the energy to look after them.
I sort of fell into depression that afternoon. And I remember even it crossed my mind to go and commit suicide, take my belt or hang myself on the tree, because, you know, you just wanted to end it.
Carl and Costa are now dangerously dehydrated.
The most important thing in the world now is just to have something to drink. My lips are dry, my inside of my mouth is dry, and my whole body just cries out for water. At around 12, we approach the water hole. I sort of go across the lip. There's no water. There's just no water. And I think that's when you can just sit down and cry. It was really getting down now, and you can't stop there. If I have to walk till kingdom come, I'll have to walk to find the water. I cannot go without it.
Mike, convinced that rescue is never going to come, decides to make preparations for death.
I turned down to Lynette and I said, look, things can go really bad. There is nobody coming for us. I think we need to do one or two things which will protect our families and things like that.
I think we should write our wills.
So we took one of my credit card slips and eyebrow liner, and then we wrote the last will and testimony.
We actually initialed our signatures, just some indication that if somebody does find us, we were alive for a good number of days before the animals took us away.
After a team of business executives crashed in the African bush, survivors Carl and Costa set off into the wilderness to get help for their injured colleagues. They are now totally lost, exhausted, and dehydrated.
This was the lowest I've felt in my life. It's totally uncharted territory. I was absolutely despondent. I'm starting to doubt whether I took the right decision to walk. The path reaches the choice either to go left or right.
Left or right?
At this stage, I don't really think it really matters if we go left or right. What difference does it make?
He doesn't realize that this is a life or death decision.
Right.
At the crash site, Lynette's body is beginning to shut down.
I woke up in the morning and I started feeling very, very cold. And I was lying in the sun, thinking now, Lynette, you have to come to terms with reality.
I could see that she's losing strength in her and the body getting like an old tree. You could feel that he's coming to the end. Neb is also getting worse and worse.
The pain is now unbearable, awful. We were thinking definitely that we are coming to our end.
I think my mind and my body was kind of giving up on the situation.
Carl has also lost hope and no longer trusts his own judgment.
As I walk along, I saw a straight line protruding from the trees. I immediately banished it from my brain, as I know there are no perfectly straight lines in nature, and I just don't feel like being disappointed again. I'm sure that I'm imagining it. As I got closer, I see the structure built against the side of the hill.
It's a hunting lodge, the only building for over 30 miles in any direction.
I see a young girl reading a magazine.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you.
It's quite a surrealistic experience.
My name is Carl du Plessis. We were in a plane accident. Can you please radio for help?
Without even asking, I just took a bottle of juice. And while I was drinking, I'm really worried about the people. Back at the plane, and I still don't know if I did the right thing to walk, if I shouldn't rather have stayed there.
It's now too dark to send out a rescue team.
It is difficult looking at the partner that dying. You just got married and then you lose your wife like that in such a bad accident or kind of stupid accident, call it.
I need to tell you something.
I said, I love you very much, and I honor you, and whatever happens in your life, my blessings, and I know that, you will find love again.
I was start seeing the vultures coming around our crash site. I felt that they coming for a meal.
Mike. Helicopter.
After 5 days here, even mosquito for me is like a helicopter. I just hallucinating.
Helicopter. Over here.
We need to make smoke. Put everything on the fire. Ah!
Although the Botswana Defence Force launched its largest ever rescue mission, the plane had crashed so far off course that they would never have found them in time.
One of the soldiers comes to me and look at me like this, I said, "Hey man, you're so strong."
If Carl had not made the decision to walk, all of them would have died in the African bush.
When I saw Neb and Mike and Lynette was alive, it was just an immense relief that washes over you.
Lynette's burns were so severe that she spent a year in hospital and had 14 skin grafts. It was touch and go if she would survive, but she and Mike now have 2 children. Neb made a full recovery and still lives and works in Botswana. Carl survived to watch his children grow up. The pilot, Costa Markandonatis, died 2 years later in an unrelated flying accident.